When marine biologists first deployed deep-sea cameras into the Mariana Trench in 2019, they expected to document known species in their natural habitat. Instead, they captured footage of something that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of ocean life: translucent creatures moving with impossible grace through crushing darkness, their bodies defying the very physics that govern deep-sea survival. Tonight, we descend into the planet's final frontier, where 95% of our oceans remain unexplored, and every new expedition reveals life forms that challenge everything we thought we knew about biology. In the perpetual midnight of the deep sea, creatures drift through ancient waters carrying secrets that predate human civilization by millions of years. These are not the familiar dolphins and whales of nature documentaries. These are the ocean's enigmas, being so alien in their design that encountering them feels less like marine biology and more like first contact. Each one represents a mystery that science has yet to fully decode, a living question mark suspended in the Earth's most remote wilderness. Prepare to meet the inhabitants of a world where light has never touched, where pressure would crush human bones to powder, and where evolution has written poetry in forms we're only beginning to read. The transparent monster, the glass octopus. In 2019, a deep-sea camera captured something that marine biologists still struggle to classify. Floating through the midnight waters off Hawaii, a creature appeared that seemed more like liquid glass than living tissue. Its body, completely transparent, revealed every internal organ, every delicate structure, as if nature had forgotten to paint this particular masterpiece. The glass octopus had been discovered. Dr. Sarah Prescott was monitoring the feed from the remote-operated vehicle when this ethereal being drifted into frame. She'd spent 15 years studying cephalopods, but nothing had prepared her for what she witnessed that day. The creature's transparency was so complete that it appeared to phase in and out of existence, visible only when light caught the subtle curves of its bell-shaped body or the gentle undulation of its arms. What makes the glass octopus particularly unsettling is how it challenges our understanding of survival in the deep ocean. Most creatures at these depths rely on bioluminescence or camouflage patterns to navigate their predator-rich environment. This octopus chose a different path entirely: complete invisibility. The scientific name Vitrilodonella richardi hints at its glass-like qualities, but specimens remain extraordinarily rare. Most encounters happen by accident, when deep-sea equipment stumbles across these phantoms during unrelated research missions. Marine biologists estimate they've observed fewer than 50 individuals in their natural habitat, making comprehensive study nearly impossible. Unlike its shallow water cousins, the glass octopus doesn't rely on color-changing chromatophores for camouflage. Instead, its tissues have evolved to become nearly transparent, with only the eyes remaining opaque. These dark, prominent eyes seem to float independently through the water, disconnected from any visible body. The effect creates an almost supernatural presence that has left researchers questioning whether they're observing one creature or some optical illusion created by deep-sea pressure and darkness. When Dr. Prescott's team attempted to collect tissue samples from a deceased specimen that surfaced near the research vessel, they discovered something unprecedented. The octopus's transparent flesh contained crystalline structures that had never been documented in any cephalopod species. These microscopic formations appeared to bend light in ways that enhanced the creature's invisibility, suggesting an evolutionary adaptation far more sophisticated than simple tissue transparency. The glass octopus inhabits depths between 500 and 3,000 meters, a realm where sunlight never penetrates. Yet its transparency seems specifically designed to hide from visual predators. This raises uncomfortable questions about what other creatures might be hunting in these depths, predators that rely on sight rather than the echolocation and chemical detection that most deep-sea hunters employ. Behavioral observations reveal equally mysterious patterns. Unlike other octopuses that actively hunt their prey, the glass octopus appears to drift passively through the water column, its arms spread wide like a living net. Researchers have recorded it maintaining this position for hours, moving only when disturbed by nearby activity. What it's catching, or whether it's actually hunting at all, remains unknown. The creature's reproductive cycle presents another puzzle. Marine biologists have never observed mating behavior, discovered eggs, or identified juvenile glass octopuses in the wild. Adult specimens appear fully formed, as if materializing from the depths without origin or lineage. Some researchers theorize that the juveniles might be even more transparent than adults, making them effectively invisible to current observation techniques. Temperature readings around glass octopus encounters show unusual thermal variations that don't match surrounding water conditions. Dr. Prescott's team documented temperature drops of up to 3 degrees Celsius in a perfect sphere around one specimen, with no obvious source for this cooling effect. When they attempted to replicate the measurement with other deep-sea creatures, the thermal anomaly never appeared. The octopus's internal anatomy, visible through its transparent skin, doesn't quite match textbook cephalopod physiology. Its digestive system appears simplified, almost primitive, while its nervous system shows unusual complexity in regions associated with sensory processing. The brain-to-body ratio exceeds that of any known octopus species, suggesting cognitive abilities that might rival or exceed those of shallow-water cephalopods. Most disturbing are the accounts from deep-sea fishermen who've worked these waters for decades. They describe encounters with glass ghosts that appear in their nets but vanish before reaching the surface, leaving behind only traces of an unknown protein that dissolves in seawater within minutes. These stories, dismissed by marine biologists until recently, now carry new weight following documented encounters with the glass octopus. Chemical analysis of water samples taken from areas where glass octopuses have been observed reveals trace compounds that don't appear in standard deep-sea environments. These substances seem to break down rapidly when exposed to pressure changes or temperature variations, making detailed study impossible with current technology. The few specimens that have been successfully preserved lose their transparency almost immediately after death, becoming milky white and opaque. This transformation happens too quickly to be simple decomposition, suggesting that the transparency might be an active biological process rather than a static physical characteristic. Perhaps most intriguing is the glass octopus's apparent response to artificial light. While most deep-sea creatures either flee from or investigate bright illumination, these transparent beings seem to absorb light into their tissues, becoming momentarily more visible before fading back into near invisibility. The mechanism behind this light absorption remains completely unexplained. Dr. Prescott's research team continues to monitor deep-sea camera feeds, hoping to document more glass octopus encounters. Each sighting raises new questions about adaptation, evolution, and the hidden complexity of our planet's deepest waters. These creatures exist in a realm we've barely begun to explore, masters of invisibility in an environment where visibility might mean survival or death. The glass octopus drifts through the eternal darkness, transparent and mysterious, carrying secrets that centuries of marine science have yet to unlock. In its ghostly form lie answers to questions we haven't learned to ask, solutions to problems we don't yet understand. Until then, it remains what it has always been, a beautiful, frightening reminder of how much we still don't know about the world beneath the waves. The dancing specter, barley fish. In the depths where sunlight dies, something watches from below with eyes that shouldn't exist. Marine biologists first captured footage of Macropinna microstoma in 1939, but it took another 70 years before they understood what they were actually seeing. The barley fish possesses a completely transparent skull, and its eyes rotate freely inside its head like organic periscopes, scanning the darkness above. Dr. Bruce Robeson spent decades studying deep-sea creatures at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute before he encountered his first living barley. When the remotely operated vehicle's lights illuminated the creature at 2,500 feet below the surface, he initially thought the equipment was malfunctioning. The fish appeared to have no head at all, just two green tubular eyes suspended in what looked like empty water. The transparent dome covering this creature's brain measures barely 4 centimeters across, filled with clear fluid that acts as a biological lens system. Through this living window, you can observe the fish's actual brain tissue, blood vessels, and the intricate musculature that allows those barrel-shaped eyes to pivot upward, forward, and sideways. No other vertebrate on Earth possesses anything remotely similar to this anatomical arrangement. What puzzled researchers for decades was how the barrel eye actually feeds. Its mouth sits far below those upward-pointing eyes, seemingly misaligned for catching prey. The fish drifts motionless in the water column, those green eyes scanning the faint traces of bioluminescence filtering down from above. When marine biologists finally observed feeding behavior in controlled environments, they discovered something extraordinary. The eyes rotate downward as the fish tilts its entire body to capture prey directly in front of its mouth. This feeding strategy targets siphonophores, gelatinous colonial organisms that hang like living curtains in the deep ocean. The barrel eye approaches from below, invisible to its prey, then rapidly rotates its eyes and adjusts its body position to engulf portions of these delicate creatures. The transparent head protection prevents the siphonophore's stinging cells from damaging those precious rotating eyes during feeding. The evolutionary timeline of this adaptation remains completely unknown. Fossil records for soft-bodied deep-sea fish are virtually non-existent, leaving scientists to speculate about how such an impossible anatomy could develop. The barrel eye's closest relatives show no trace of transparent skull features or rotating eye mechanisms. This creature represents what appears to be a completely unique evolutionary experiment, one that succeeded despite seeming structurally impossible. Temperature measurements in the barrel eye's habitat zone hover just above freezing, with pressure exceeding 250 times that at sea level. The transparent fluid inside the creature's skull maintains a different refractive index than seawater, creating a natural lens that focuses the faintest traces of light onto specialized retinal cells. These photoreceptors demonstrate sensitivity levels that surpass even the most advanced human night vision technology. Marine photographer David Shale spent months attempting to capture clear images of living barrel eyes in their natural environment. The creatures detect the slightest vibrations through the water, often disappearing into the darkness before cameras can focus. When he finally succeeded in documenting their behavior, the footage revealed something scientists hadn't expected. The fish communicate through subtle changes in the intensity of bioluminescent organs scattered along their sides. These light patterns appear to coordinate group feeding behavior. When multiple barrel eyes encounter large siphonophore colonies, the signals propagate through the water like slow-motion Morse code, with each individual fish adjusting its position based on the messages from others. The transparent heads allow the creatures to monitor both their prey above and the communication signals from nearby members of their species simultaneously. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that barrel eyes possess duplicated copies of genes responsible for eye development, mutations that typically prove fatal in other vertebrates. Dr. Sarah Martinez's research team at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution discovered that these genetic duplications create the additional muscle groups and nerve pathways necessary for independent eye rotation. The transparent skull material develops from modified cartilage that loses its opacity during the creature's juvenile stage. Captive breeding programs have consistently failed with barrel eyes. The fish survive only weeks in laboratory conditions, even when researchers perfectly replicate the temperature, pressure, and chemical composition of their deep-sea environment. Something about their feeding behavior or social structure requires the vast, dark expanses of the open ocean. The transparent heads become cloudy in captivity, suggesting that the biological lens system depends on environmental factors science hasn't yet identified. Underwater archaeologist Dr. James Peterson discovered preserved barrel eye specimens in the stomach contents of sperm whales beached over a century ago, indicating these creatures existed in similar forms long before modern marine biology documented them. The specimens showed identical transparent skull structure and eye positioning, suggesting this anatomy has remained stable across many generations despite its apparent biological impossibility. The deepest recorded barrel eye encounter occurred at 3,200 feet below the surface, near underwater mountain ranges where unusual current patterns concentrate organic matter. The creatures appear more frequently in these nutrient-rich zones, their transparent heads catching and focusing the minimal light that penetrates such depths. Sonar mapping has revealed that barrel eyes follow specific migration routes along underwater ridge systems, though their navigation methods remain completely unknown. Scientists continue discovering new barrel eye species in previously unexplored ocean trenches. Each variant shows slight differences in eye size, skull transparency, and bioluminescent patterns. Some possess heads so clear they're nearly invisible until those distinctive green eyes catch the light. Others display subtle geometric patterns etched into the transparent skull material, markings that serve no obvious biological function, yet appear consistent within specific populations. The barrel reminds us that Earth's oceans still harbor anatomical possibilities that challenge our understanding of what vertebrate life can achieve. In the perpetual darkness where these creatures drift, transparency becomes camouflage, and impossibility becomes everyday survival. Their rotating eyes continue scanning the depths above, watching for prey we're only beginning to understand, in waters that remain as mysterious as the transparent ghosts that inhabit them. Threatening shadows, the deep-sea hatchetfish. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez was analyzing routine deep-sea footage from the Monterey Canyon when something made her pause the recording. At 800 meters down, what she initially mistook for camera distortion revealed itself as something far more unsettling. Rows of creatures hung motionless in the water column, their bodies appearing to flicker between visibility and complete transparency. Their undersides pulsed with an eerie blue-green luminescence that seemed to respond to her research vessel's lights far above. She'd encountered the deep-sea hatchetfish, and nothing in her 15 years of marine research had prepared her for their otherworldly presence. These disc-shaped phantoms of the deep ocean exist in a realm where sunlight becomes memory, where the boundary between life and illusion blurs into something that challenges our understanding of survival itself. The hatchetfish doesn't simply live in darkness, it weaponizes it, turning the absence of light into its greatest evolutionary advantage. The deep-sea hatchetfish belongs to the family Sternoptechidae, yet taxonomy feels inadequate when describing something that seems to exist partially outside our physical reality. Their flattened, blade-like bodies measure between 2 to 4 inches, dimensions that become meaningless when you realize these creatures can effectively disappear at will. Their most unsettling feature isn't their size, but their apparent mastery over light itself. Along their ventral surface, hatchetfish carry photophores, specialized light-producing organs that create what scientists call counter-illumination camouflage. This biological technology allows them to match the faint, downwelling light filtering from above, essentially erasing their silhouette from below. Predators looking up see not a fish, but a perfect mimicry of the dim glow that characterizes their twilight realm. It's vanishing in plain sight, a magic trick perfected over millions of years of evolution. Dr. Vasquez's encounter represents just one of countless meetings between human technology and these living shadows. Research submarines descending into the mesopelagic zone, that twilight realm between 200 and 1,000 meters deep, regularly document hatchetfish behavior that defies conventional understanding of marine life. Unlike the chaotic feeding frenzies we associate with surface fish, hatchetfish maintain an almost supernatural stillness, hovering in perfect formation like an underwater constellation. Their eyes, disproportionately large for their body size, point upward in permanent vigilance. These organs don't simply see, they calculate. Every photon filtering down through the water column gets processed, measured, and replicated by their ventral photophores. The precision required for this biological feat staggers marine biologists. The fish must constantly adjust their light output to match changing conditions above, compensating for depth, water clarity, and time of day. One miscalculation means visibility, and visibility in the deep ocean often means death. What troubles researchers most deeply is the apparent intelligence behind this camouflage system. Hatchetfish don't simply emit light, they modulate it with unsettling sophistication. Video analysis reveals that different species within hatchetfish populations coordinate their bioluminescence, creating patterns that serve no obvious survival function. Some marine biologists theorize this represents a form of deep-sea communication, but the complexity of their light displays suggests something more profound. Dr. James Morrison, who has studied bioluminescent fish for over 2 decades, describes his first hatchetfish encounter with characteristic scientific reserve tinged by genuine unease. During a 2019 research dive in the Pacific, his team observed a school of hatchetfish responding to their submarine's presence by synchronizing their photophores into rhythmic pulses. The light show lasted nearly 10 minutes, far longer than any defensive display would require. Morrison's footage shows hundreds of fish creating waves of light that rippled through the water column with mathematical precision. No current behavioral model explains this phenomenon. The hatchetfish's mirrored scales present another biological impossibility that challenges our understanding of evolutionary development. These scales contain microscopic platelets that reflect light with near-perfect efficiency, giving the fish their characteristic metallic sheen. Combined with their photophores, this creates a creature that exists in multiple visual states simultaneously: transparent from below, mirrored from the side, shadow dark from above. They've evolved beyond simple camouflage into something approaching optical illusion. Recent genetic studies have revealed that hatchetfish possess visual systems far more complex than their environment would seem to require. Their retinas contain multiple types of photoreceptors capable of detecting light spectrums that barely exist at their depth. This suggests they're responding to visual information invisible to human instruments, navigating by cues we can't measure or understand. The implications extend beyond marine biology into questions about the nature of perception itself. Stomach content analysis presents another puzzle that deepens the hatchetfish mystery. These creatures migrate vertically through the water column each night, ascending toward the surface to feed before returning to the depths at dawn. This daily journey, replicated by millions of hatchetfish worldwide, represents the largest migration on Earth by biomass. Yet their feeding patterns show remarkable selectivity. Rather than consuming available prey randomly, hatchetfish target specific organisms with precision that suggests advanced sensory capabilities beyond current scientific models. The geographic distribution of hatchetfish populations follows patterns that oceanographers find difficult to explain. They appear in specific depth ranges worldwide, but their abundance varies dramatically between regions with seemingly identical environmental conditions. Some deep-sea trenches teem with hatchetfish, while others remain nearly empty despite offering identical temperature, pressure, and food availability. This patchy distribution implies environmental factors we haven't identified or biological preferences we don't understand. Climate change research has brought new urgency to hatchetfish studies, as these creatures serve as indicators for deep ocean ecosystem health. Their vertical migrations transport nutrients and energy between ocean layers, playing a crucial role in global carbon cycling. However, recent data suggests hatchetfish migration patterns are shifting in response to changing ocean conditions, with potential consequences that climate models can't predict. The deep-sea hatchetfish continues drifting through the eternal twilight, its bioluminescent camouflage creating beauty and mystery in equal measure. Each research dive reveals new complexities in their behavior, new questions about their biology, new appreciation for the sophisticated life thriving in Earth's most remote waters. They remind us that even in our thoroughly mapped world, creatures exist whose very survival challenges the boundaries of what we consider possible. As Dr. Vasquez learned during that memorable encounter in Monterey Canyon, some discoveries leave us with more questions than answers, more wonder than certainty. The hatchetfish embodies this perfectly, a living shadow that illuminates the vast mysteries still waiting in the deep. Luminous whispers, the Atolla jellyfish. 2 miles beneath the Pacific surface, in waters so deep that sunlight hasn't touched them for millions of years, marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez watched her submersibles cameras capture something that defied her decades of deep-sea research. The Atolla jellyfish she was observing suddenly erupted into a perfect ring of blue-white light, pulsing with mathematical precision through the absolute darkness. What should have been a simple defensive response looked more like an alien communication system. The luminous display lasted exactly 14 seconds. Dr. Vasquez counted each pulse, each perfectly timed flash that traveled around the creature's bell-shaped body like a lighthouse beacon, rotating in slow motion. When the light faded, she realized she had witnessed something that marine science still cannot fully explain, a bioluminescent mechanism so sophisticated that researchers question whether it serves purposes beyond mere survival. The Atolla jellyfish inhabits depths between 1,000 and 4,000 meters, where pressure reaches levels that would instantly crush human bone. In this realm of perpetual midnight, they drift like living galaxies, their translucent bodies nearly invisible until the moment they choose to reveal themselves. Most specimens measure no larger than a dinner plate, yet their presence transforms the surrounding water into something resembling deep space, punctuated by bursts of ethereal light. Dr. Sarah Chen, a bioluminescent specialist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has spent 15 years studying these creatures. Her research vessel has recorded over 300 encounters with Atolla jellyfish, each one raising more questions than answers. The jellyfish's signature light display, dubbed the burglar alarm by researchers, consists of rapid pulses that circle the creature's perimeter in waves of blue luminescence. The pattern never varies. The timing remains consistent. The intensity stays remarkably uniform. What troubles Chen isn't the display itself, but what happens afterward. In 73% of recorded encounters, other deep-sea creatures appear within minutes of an atollah's light show, drawn from distances that should make detection impossible. Six-gill sharks, deep-sea squid, and species of fish that typically avoid each other converge on the jellyfish's location with purpose that suggests communication rather than coincidence. The mechanics of the atollah's bioluminescence involves proteins called photoproteins, which produce light through chemical reactions requiring no external energy source. The jellyfish can control these reactions with precision that rivals engineered systems. Each pulse consumes energy the creature cannot easily replace in the nutrient-sparse deep ocean, making the decision to illuminate a significant biological investment. Traditional marine biology suggests the light display serves as a distraction, designed to attract predators toward the source of illumination while the jellyfish escapes. This explanation works for surface-dwelling creatures, but falls apart in the abyss. The atollah's habitat contains apex predators with sensory systems far more sophisticated than sight. A flash of light might momentarily disorient a deep-sea shark, but these animals hunt primarily through electroreception and lateral line systems that detect water movement from vast distances. Dr. Chen's most unsettling discovery came during a 2019 expedition off the Mariana Trench. Her team's hydrophones detected low-frequency sounds occurring simultaneously with atollah light displays. The sounds registered below the range of human hearing, but matched frequencies used by whales for long-distance communication. When analyzed, the acoustic patterns showed mathematical relationships that appeared deliberately structured. 3 separate research institutions have attempted to replicate these findings. 2 expeditions recorded similar acoustic signatures, accompanying atollah illumination events. The 3rd expedition, funded by a military oceanographic program, has never published its results. When contacted, project leaders declined to discuss their observations, citing ongoing research that may continue indefinitely. The jellyfish's anatomy presents additional mysteries. Unlike most cnidarians, atollah species possess a crown of 12 to 20 rigid spikes around their bell margins. These structures, called coronal grooves, contain specialized cells found nowhere else in the animal kingdom. Under electron microscopy, the cells reveal crystalline formations that show properties consistent with fiber optic materials. The biological purpose of these microscopic light-conducting crystals remains unknown. Dr. James Morrison, a former Navy sonar technician turned marine biologist, studied bioluminescent deep-sea creatures for possible military applications. His classified research, partially declassified in 2018, revealed that atollah jellyfish can produce light patterns visible to submarines using passive sonar systems. Morrison's reports describe encounters where multiple jellyfish created synchronized displays spanning several square kilometers of ocean floor. The synchronization disturbed Morrison's research team. Individual atollah specimens, separated by hundreds of meters, would begin their light displays within seconds of each other, suggesting communication methods operating faster than chemical or visual signals could travel through seawater. Morrison's final report, still largely redacted, concluded that the jellyfish demonstrated non-local coordination capabilities that warrant continued investigation under controlled conditions. Recent advances in deep-sea filming technology have captured atollah behavior patterns that challenge fundamental assumptions about jellyfish intelligence. These creatures, supposedly simple nervous systems without centralized brains, demonstrate decision-making processes that suggest environmental assessment and strategic thinking. They modify their light displays based on surrounding conditions, varying intensity and duration in response to factors researchers haven't identified. The most compelling footage comes from unmanned deep-sea vehicles operating near hydrothermal vents. In these chemically rich environments, atollah jellyfish exhibit behaviors never observed in other locations. They position themselves at specific distances from vent openings, maintaining their locations despite powerful water currents that should carry them away. Their light displays near vents follow different patterns, incorporating rapid strobing effects that create interference patterns in the surrounding water. Dr. Vasquez continues her research, driven by questions that multiply with each expedition. The Atolla jellyfish represents something larger than a curious deep-sea adaptation. Their sophisticated bioluminescent capabilities, acoustic correlations, and synchronized behaviors suggest evolutionary pressures that shape them for purposes science has yet to understand. In the absolute silence of the abyss, these creatures continue their luminous conversations, speaking a language written in light across the darkness of the deep ocean, while researchers above struggle to decode even their simplest expressions. The faceless phantom, the blobfish. Thousands of meters beneath the Pacific's surface, marine biologist Rachel Cassidy made a discovery that would challenge everything we think we know about adaptation. Her deep-sea submersible had been collecting specimens from the abyssal depths when she encountered something that defied logic, a creature so perfectly suited to crushing pressure that bringing it to our world transforms it into something unrecognizable, the blobfish. Perhaps no other deep-sea dweller has captured our imagination quite like this gelatinous enigma. Yet what most of us recognize as the blobfish isn't really the blobfish at all. Picture the typical image that comes to mind: a droopy, pink mass of flesh, lifeless eyes, a mouth turned permanently downward in what appears to be nature's cruelest joke. This is the face that launched 1,000 memes, earned it the dubious honor of being voted the world's ugliest animal. But here's where our understanding breaks down completely. That famous appearance exists only in death, only in the violent decompression that occurs when these creatures are dragged from their natural habitat into our atmospheric pressure. It's as if we judge the beauty of a butterfly by examining only its crushed remains. Cycrolutes marsidius lives in a world we can barely comprehend, 2,000 to 4,000 feet beneath the ocean's surface, where the pressure reaches 60 to 120 times what we experience at sea level. At these depths, the very physics of existence changes. Water behaves differently. Light disappears entirely, and life finds ways to persist that seem to mock our surface-dwelling assumptions about what's possible. The blobfish has evolved something remarkable in response to this alien environment. Rather than developing the swim bladders that most fish rely on for buoyancy, it has become something else entirely. Its body is composed primarily of a gelatinous substance with a density slightly less than water. Think of it as living jelly, perfectly calibrated to the crushing depths where it makes its home. This gelatinous composition serves a purpose we're only beginning to understand. In its natural habitat, the blobfish doesn't need muscular fins or powerful swimming mechanisms. It simply exists, hovering just above the seafloor, mouth agape, waiting for small crustaceans and organic matter to drift within range. It's a master of efficiency, expending almost no energy in a world where energy is precious. Dr. Karen Parkinson, the ichthyologist who first brought the blobfish to public attention, describes encounters with living specimens in their natural habitat. Down there, she says, they're actually rather elegant. Their gelatinous bodies move with a fluid grace, perfectly adapted to their high-pressure world. They're not ugly at all. They're beautiful in their own alien way. But the moment they're brought to the surface, everything changes. The pressure that once held their gelatinous bodies in perfect form disappears. Without that crushing weight of water, they lose all structural integrity. What was once a perfectly adapted deep-sea predator becomes that familiar droopy mass we recognize from photographs. It's a transformation so complete that early marine biologists struggled to classify them properly. Specimens brought to the surface bore so little resemblance to living creatures that they were initially dismissed as malformed or diseased examples of known species. Only when deep-sea cameras began capturing footage of blobfish in their natural environment did scientists realize they'd been studying something entirely different than what actually existed in the deep. This raises unsettling questions about how much we truly understand about life in the deep ocean. The blobfish represents just one example of how our surface-centric perspective can fundamentally distort our understanding of deep-sea ecology. How many other creatures have we mischaracterized because we can only study their remains? Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology are revealing that blobfish behavior is far more complex than their passive appearance suggests. They've been observed exhibiting what researchers describe as territorial behavior, maintaining specific hunting grounds along the continental shelf. Some specimens appear to engage in rudimentary social interactions, gathering in loose aggregations during certain seasons. Even more intriguing are observations of blobfish responding to changes in their environment in ways that suggest a level of awareness we never anticipated. When deep-sea mining equipment disrupts the seafloor in their hunting grounds, they've been documented relocating to new areas with remarkable precision. This implies navigation abilities and environmental awareness that seem impossible for creatures with such primitive nervous systems. The reproductive habits of blobfish remain largely mysterious. Females have been observed guarding clusters of pinkish eggs, sometimes for months at a time. During this period, they exhibit protective behaviors that seem almost maternal in nature, fanning the eggs with their fins and positioning themselves between potential threats and their offspring. It's a level of parental care that challenges our assumptions about intelligence and emotional capacity in deep-sea fish. Perhaps most remarkably, blobfish appear to have developed a form of communication we're only beginning to recognize. Hydrophones placed near blobfish populations have detected low-frequency pulses that correspond with specific behaviors. These acoustic signals occur at frequencies so low they travel vast distances through the deep ocean, suggesting a complex social network spanning enormous areas of the abyssal plain. The more we learn about blobfish in their natural environment, the more we realize how incomplete our original understanding was. They're not passive, ugly blobs drifting aimlessly in the deep. They're sophisticated predators, perfectly evolved for one of Earth's most extreme environments. They've developed solutions to problems we're only beginning to recognize exist. Their story serves as a profound reminder of how alien our own planet remains in its deepest reaches. Every expedition to the abyssal depths reveals new mysteries, new forms of life that challenge our understanding of what's possible. The blobfish, in its gelatinous wisdom, has been thriving in crushing darkness for millions of years, while we've been walking upright for mere moments in geological time. Down there, in the crushing depths where no surface creature could survive, the blobfish continues its ancient dance, elegant, mysterious, perfectly adapted to secrets we've barely begun to fathom. Deep Symphony, the siphonophore colony. In 2019, marine biologists aboard the research vessel Falkor captured footage that challenged every textbook definition of life itself. Floating through the midnight waters off Australia's coast was something that appeared to be a single creature, yet wasn't. Something that moved with purpose, yet had no central brain. Something that glowed like a constellation, yet defied classification as either plant or animal. The siphonophore colony represents one of nature's most perplexing contradictions. To the naked eye, it resembles a delicate string of Christmas lights drifting through the abyss, its bioluminescent body stretching distances that can exceed the length of a blue whale. But step closer, peer through the microscope lens, and the true mystery unfolds. This isn't one organism at all. It's hundreds, perhaps thousands, of individual creatures living in such perfect harmony that they've transcended the very concept of individual existence. Each member of this underwater orchestra serves a specialized role, yet none can survive alone. Some exist solely to propel the colony forward, their bell-shaped bodies pulsing in synchronized rhythm. Others dedicate their entire existence to hunting, their tentacles armed with stinging cells that can paralyze prey many times their size. Still others function as the colony's reproductive organs, their sole purpose to ensure the continuation of this collective life form. Dr. Rebecca Helm, a marine biologist who has spent years studying these creatures, describes watching them as observing a conversation in a language we don't yet understand. The individual units, called zooids, communicate through chemical signals and electrical impulses, coordinating their actions with a precision that puts human orchestras to shame. When prey is detected, the hunting zooids extend their tentacles, while the swimming units adjust their movement to position the colony for optimal feeding. When threatened, the entire organism can contract into a tight spiral, its lights dimming to avoid detection. The largest siphonophore on record, discovered in the deep waters off the Western Australian coast, measured over 40 meters in length. To put this in perspective, this single colony organism stretches longer than the average humpback whale, longer than most passenger jets. Yet unlike these massive creatures, the siphonophore achieves its size not through the growth of individual cells, but through the addition of new members to its collective consciousness. What makes these discoveries particularly intriguing is how recently we've begun to understand them. Despite occupying ocean depths for hundreds of millions of years, siphonophores remained largely invisible to human science until the advent of deep-sea submersibles and remote-operated vehicles. The delicate nature of their translucent bodies meant that traditional fishing nets destroyed them long before they could reach the surface for study. Only when we learned to observe them in their natural habitat did their true complexity become apparent. The way siphonophores navigate the deep ocean challenges our understanding of intelligence itself. Without a central nervous system, without a brain as we know it, these colonies make complex decisions. They hunt cooperatively, avoid predators, and even engage in what appears to be social behavior with other colonies. When two siphonophores encounter each other in the vast emptiness of the deep sea, they often swim in parallel for extended periods, their lights creating synchronized patterns that serve no obvious survival purpose. Researchers studying these encounters have documented what they describe as colonial conversations, elaborate displays of bioluminescence that pass between colonies like messages in an alien language. The lights pulse in patterns too complex to be random, too coordinated to be merely reflexive. Each colony seems to respond to the other's display with variations of its own, creating underwater light shows that can last for hours. The reproductive strategy of siphonophores adds another layer to their mystery. When conditions are right, certain members of the colony detach themselves, transforming into free-swimming medusae that carry genetic material to other colonies. These reproductive units, called eudoxids, look nothing like their parent colony. They swim with entirely different movements, hunt different prey, and follow behavioral patterns that seem almost like they belong to a completely different species. Even more puzzling is how new colonies form. Scientists have observed what they call budding events, where a section of an established colony simply breaks away and begins independent life. But this new colony doesn't start as the tiny larva typical of most marine life. Instead, it begins as a fully functional, albeit smaller, version of the parent organism, complete with all the specialized zooid types necessary for survival. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that the individual zooids within a single colony are more closely related to each other than identical twins. They share not just genetic material, but seem to share resources and even sensory information across vast distances of their elongated bodies. When researchers injured one end of a large colony, behavioral changes were observed throughout the entire organism within minutes, suggesting a form of rapid internal communication that science has yet to fully explain. The hunting behavior of siphonophores demonstrates coordination that seems almost telepathic. When prey is detected by scouts at the front of the colony, tentacles throughout the organism extend simultaneously, creating a living net that can span several meters. The timing is so precise that prey rarely escapes once detected, yet the coordination occurs without any visible signal passing between the hunting units. Perhaps most mysteriously, siphonophores seem to exhibit what researchers cautiously call learning behavior. Colonies observed over extended periods show adaptation to local conditions that goes beyond simple genetic programming. They adjust their hunting strategies, modify their light patterns, and even alter their swimming behavior in response to environmental changes in ways that suggest some form of collective memory. As submersibles continue to probe deeper into the ocean's mysteries, siphonophore discoveries challenge our most basic assumptions about life, consciousness, and the nature of individual identity. These cosmic drifters, with their symphony of lights and their collective intelligence, remind us that the deep sea holds forms of existence that operate by rules we're only beginning to glimpse. Monstrous abyss, the giant squid. For centuries, sailors emerged from the deepest waters with stories that made coastal villagers cross themselves and whisper prayers. They spoke of tentacles thick as ship masts erupting from calm seas, of eyes larger than dinner plates staring up from the abyss, of creatures so vast they could drag entire vessels into darkness without a trace. Maritime logs from the 1800s documented encounters that defied explanation, encounters that modern science dismissed as hysteria born from isolation and salt spray. Until June 15, 2004, when Japanese researchers Tsunemi Kubodera and Kyoichi Mori deployed a deep-sea camera system 800 kilometers south of Tokyo. At a depth of 900 meters, their equipment captured something that transformed legend into undeniable reality. The footage revealed a living giant squid in its natural habitat, the first time human eyes had witnessed this creature alive in the depths it calls home. The specimen they photographed measured 8 meters in length, 8 meters of pure muscle, intelligence, and predatory precision, drifting through pressurized darkness that would crush human bones in milliseconds. But this was merely a juvenile. Adult giant squids can reach lengths of 20 meters or more, creatures so enormous they exist at the very edge of biological possibility. What haunts researchers isn't just their size, it's how completely they had evaded documentation until the 21st century. These animals possess the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, dinner plate-sized organs capable of detecting the faintest traces of light filtering down from the surface world. Their tentacles bristle with rotating hooks, serrated weapons that can anchor into whale flesh and hold fast through battles that leave scars visible from space. Yet despite their massive presence, giant squids remained ghosts until technology finally caught up with legend. Dr. Steve O'Shea, one of the world's leading teuthologists, has spent decades pursuing these creatures. His research reveals details that blur the line between science and mythology. Giant squid brains are donut-shaped, wrapped around their esophagus in a configuration that suggests intelligence we're only beginning to comprehend. They communicate through rapid color changes across their skin, a living language written in chromatophores that flash messages through the midnight zone of the ocean. The most unsettling discovery involves their hunting patterns. Giant squids don't merely wait for prey to drift within range, they actively hunt sperm whales, mammals 50 times their weight. Whale carcasses surface bearing circular scars, evidence of battles fought in absolute darkness at depths where pressure equals the weight of 50 atmospheres. These aren't random encounters. They're calculated attacks by creatures sophisticated enough to target the ocean's largest predators. Marine biologist Michael Segonzak discovered something even more puzzling while analyzing stomach contents from deep-sea whales. The remains revealed giant squid tissue from multiple specimens consumed during single feeding events. This suggests these creatures gather in groups, possibly coordinating their hunting strategies in ways that challenge everything we understand about cephalopod behavior. The implications are staggering. We're dealing with animals that may possess complex social structures invisible to surface-dwelling science. Recent deep-sea expeditions have uncovered fragments of even larger specimens. In 2007, New Zealand fishermen hauled up a colossal squid weighing 495 kilograms and measuring 10 meters in length. Dr. Kat Bolstad, who examined the specimen, noted something peculiar. The creature's tentacle clubs contained rotating hooks unlike anything seen in smaller relatives. These weren't simple barbs, they were sophisticated grasping mechanisms that suggested evolutionary adaptations for prey we haven't identified. The mathematics of their existence poses questions that keep marine biologists awake at night. A creature this size requires enormous quantities of food to survive, yet the deep ocean appears relatively barren, a vast desert of sediment and darkness where life exists at the very margins of possibility. What are they eating? Where do they find enough biomass to fuel bodies that dwarf most land animals? The energy calculations don't add up unless there's something fundamental about deep-sea ecosystems that remains hidden from scientific observation. Temperature readings from the depths where giant squids live reveal another mystery. These waters hover just above freezing, yet the squids maintain active metabolisms that should be impossible in such conditions. Their blood contains copper-based proteins instead of iron, giving it a blue coloration that allows oxygen transport in the crushing cold. But this adaptation comes with a cost. They can't survive in warmer waters, effectively trapping them in the deepest layers of the ocean. Dr. Edith Witter, a deep-sea explorer who has logged more than 6,000 hours in research submersibles, believes we've only glimpsed the edge of something much larger. Her bioluminescent lure techniques have attracted giant squids on multiple occasions, suggesting they respond to light patterns in specific ways. This implies communication systems more complex than simple bioluminescence, possibly a form of deep-sea language that spans vast distances through the water column. The preservation of giant squid specimens presents its own challenges. Their bodies contain ammonia levels that would be toxic to most marine life, yet they thrive in this chemical environment. When brought to the surface, their tissue begins decomposing within hours, leaving researchers with only fragmentary evidence of creatures that may live for decades in the depths. Much of what we know comes from partial remains found in sperm whale stomachs, second-hand evidence of animals we've barely begun to study. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of giant squid research is how recently we've acknowledged their existence. Creatures weighing half a ton, with eyes larger than human heads, remained officially unconfirmed until the current century. If something this massive could evade scientific documentation for so long, what else inhabits the deep ocean beyond our awareness? The giant squid may be just the beginning, a glimpse into ecosystems that operate according to rules we haven't discovered. In the deepest trenches of the Pacific, where volcanic vents create oases of heat in the eternal cold, researchers continue detecting sonar signatures too large to classify. The ocean keeps its secrets well, even when those secrets have tentacles longer than school buses. Innocent assassin, the vampire squid. In 1902, marine biologist Carl Chun hauled up something from the deep Pacific that defied every category he knew. The creature in his net bore tentacles lined with menacing spikes, a cloak-like web of dark flesh, and eyes that seemed to burn red in the ship's lamplight. Convinced he'd discovered an oceanic vampire, Chun gave it a name that would haunt marine biology for over a century: Vampiroturus infernalis, the vampire squid from hell. What Chun couldn't have known, peering at his strange catch in the gaslight of a century-old research vessel, was that he'd found not a monster, but perhaps the ocean's most misunderstood pacifist. The vampire squid inhabits a realm we can barely comprehend, between 2,000 and 3,000 feet beneath the surface, in waters so starved of oxygen that most life simply cannot exist. These creatures drift through what scientists call the oxygen minimum zone. Here, the concentration of breathable water drops to less than 5% of what surface dwellers require. It's an aquatic desert, where the vampire squid has learned to thrive in conditions that would suffocate nearly everything else. Their adaptations read like evolutionary poetry written in the language of survival. Those frightening red eyes that so startled Chun are actually the largest eyes relative to body size of any animal on Earth, capable of detecting the faintest traces of bioluminescent light in absolute darkness. The spike-covered tentacles that earned them their vampiric reputation aren't weapons at all, but delicate sensory organs that can detect the slightest movement of potential prey or predator in the still water around them. When threatened, the vampire squid performs what researchers have dubbed its pumpkin posture, inverting its cloak-like mantle to display those intimidating spikes while pulling its head and true tentacles inside its body. The transformation is so complete that what appears to be a menacing sea monster suddenly becomes something resembling a spiny alien fruit drifting harmlessly through the water column. It's nature's most elegant magic trick, perfected over millions of years in the deep. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about vampire squids is what they eat, or rather, what they don't eat. Unlike their aggressive cousins in shallower waters, vampire squids are the ocean's janitors, feeding exclusively on marine snow, that constant gentle precipitation of dead plankton, fecal pellets, and organic debris that drifts down from the productive layers above. They've evolved specialized feeding filaments that can extend far beyond their body length, sweeping through the water to collect this nutritious detritus like underwater butterfly nets. Marine biologist Henk-Jan Hoving spent years studying these creatures, often watching them through the viewports of deep-sea submersibles. He describes observing a vampire squid feeding as watching a slow-motion underwater ballet, where every movement is precisely calculated for maximum efficiency with minimum energy expenditure. In an environment where food is scarce and oxygen scarcer still, vampire squids have mastered the art of doing more with less. Their reproduction strategy reflects this same philosophy of quiet efficiency. Female vampire squids carry their eggs for over a year, the longest gestation period of any cephalopod. During this time, they move even less than usual, becoming nearly motionless guardians protecting their developing young in the darkness. When the juveniles finally hatch, they're already remarkably well developed, equipped with the full suite of adaptations needed to survive in their harsh environment. Recent studies have revealed that vampire squids possess a form of metabolism so slow it challenges our understanding of animal physiology. Their oxygen consumption rates are among the lowest ever measured in any active animal, allowing them to survive in waters that contain less oxygen than the thin air at the summit of Mount Everest contains. They've essentially learned to live in slow motion. their entire existence calibrated to extract every possible resource from an environment that offers very little. The bioluminescent displays of vampire squids add another layer to their mystery. Unlike the aggressive light shows of deep-sea predators, vampire squid bioluminescence appears to serve multiple subtle functions. They can produce clouds of glowing mucus when threatened, creating a confusing light show that serves as both camouflage and distraction. But they also use gentler light patterns that seem to facilitate communication with other vampire squids in the vast darkness of their world. What makes vampire squids particularly fascinating to researchers is their evolutionary position. They represent an ancient lineage that diverged from other cephalopods over 300 million years ago, making them living fossils that carry genetic memories of primordial seas. Studying their DNA is like reading chapters from a book about ocean history that we're only beginning to understand. Dr. Sarah von Boletsky, who has spent decades studying cephalopod evolution, describes vampire squids as evolutionary time capsules that show us what's possible when life faces seemingly impossible conditions. Their very existence in the oxygen minimum zone challenges assumptions about the limits of complex life on Earth and potentially on other worlds. The warming oceans of our changing climate are expanding these oxygen-poor zones, creating more habitat for vampire squids while simultaneously threatening the surface ecosystems that provide their marine snow food source. They're experiencing both expansion and potential starvation, a paradox that reflects the complex interconnectedness of ocean systems. As we continue exploring the deep ocean with increasingly sophisticated technology, vampire squids remind us that some of nature's most elegant solutions emerge from its harshest challenges. These gentle creatures of the deep, with their patient movements and efficient existence, demonstrate that survival isn't always about being the fastest, strongest, or most aggressive. In the crushing darkness of the oxygen minimum zone, where most life cannot venture, vampire squids drift through their slow-motion world like meditation masters of the deep, teaching us that sometimes the most profound adaptations are the ones that embrace rather than fight against limitation. Galactic Wanderer, the Dumbo octopus. In 1999, marine biologists aboard the research vessel Atlantis made an observation that challenged everything they thought they knew about deep-sea survival. 3,000 meters below the Pacific surface, their remote cameras captured something extraordinary. A small octopus, no larger than a human hand, gracefully propelling itself through crushing darkness with what appeared to be ears. The Dumbo octopus defies the harsh mathematics of the deep, where most creatures at these depths have evolved into grotesque efficiency machines. All teeth and bioluminescent lures, this delicate being moves with the unhurried elegance of a ballet dancer. Its ear-like fins undulate in perfect synchronization, creating a hypnotic rhythm that seems almost too gentle for a world where survival demands brutality. Dr. Janet Voigt, a curator at the Field Museum, spent decades studying these enigmatic creatures. Her research reveals a troubling gap in our understanding. We've documented 13 species of Dumbo octopus, she noted in her 2008 research paper, but we've never observed their mating rituals, their social behaviors, or even their complete life cycle. For an animal that's been known to science for over a century, this absence of fundamental knowledge is unsettling. The Dumbo octopus lives deeper than any other octopus species. Some specimens have been found at depths exceeding 7,000 meters, in trenches where the pressure would instantly crush human bone. Yet, unlike their shallow water cousins, they show no signs of stress adaptation. Their movements remain fluid, almost dreamlike. Their skin pulses with subtle color changes that serve no apparent purpose in the perpetual darkness. Marine biologist Dr. Michael Vecchione describes watching them as observing something that shouldn't exist in that environment. What makes their survival even more puzzling is their apparent lack of defensive mechanisms. Most deep-sea creatures are either predators armed with devastating weapons, or prey species evolved for ultimate camouflage and speed. The Dumbo octopus fits neither category. When threatened, they don't flee at high speed or release clouds of ink like their surface relatives. Instead, they perform what researchers can only describe as a slow dance, a series of graceful spirals and loops that seem to mesmerize potential predators. Dr. Sarah Johnson, A deep-sea researcher at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute witnessed this behavior firsthand during a 2015 dive. A 6-gill shark approached one of the Dumbo octopuses we were filming, she recalled. Instead of attacking or fleeing, the octopus began this incredible undulating display. The shark circled for several minutes, then simply left, as if it had forgotten why it was there. When Johnson's team reviewed the footage, they found something even stranger. The octopus's fins had been pulsing at exactly 8 Hz, the same frequency associated with theta brainwaves in humans during deep meditative states. The Dumbo octopus possesses another quality that sets it apart from virtually every other deep-sea creature: apparent curiosity about human technology. Multiple research teams have reported the same phenomenon: Dumbo octopuses approaching their equipment, gently touching cameras and sensors with their tentacles, seeming to investigate rather than feed or defend territory. Dr. Eric Cordes from Temple University documented 17 separate encounters where Dumbo octopuses spent over an hour interacting with research equipment, behavior he described as investigative rather than instinctual. Perhaps most mysteriously, Dumbo octopuses appear to gather in specific locations for no discernible reason. Deep-sea cameras have captured groups of them, sometimes dozens, congregating around particular rock formations or thermal vents, but not to feed or mate. They simply exist together in the darkness, their ear-like fins creating subtle currents that seem to form complex patterns when viewed from above. Marine acoustics specialist Dr. Lisa Martinez detected low-frequency vibrations during these gatherings, sounds too deep for human hearing, arranged in sequences that showed mathematical properties similar to the Fibonacci spiral. The reproductive behavior of Dumbo octopuses presents another puzzle, wrapped in an enigma. Unlike other octopus species, Dumbo octopus females can store sperm for extended periods and control when their eggs develop. Some specimens examined by researchers contained eggs at various stages of development simultaneously, a biological impossibility according to conventional understanding of cephalopod reproduction. Dr. Vecchioni's team found evidence suggesting some females might carry developing embryos for over 2 years, far longer than any known octopus species. Even their anatomy defies explanation. CT scans of Dumbo octopus specimens reveal internal structures that don't match any known cephalopod pattern. They possess what appears to be a secondary nervous system running through their fins, clusters of neural tissue that show activity patterns distinct from their primary brain. When researchers stimulate these secondary nerve clusters in laboratory conditions, the fins continue their rhythmic movements even when disconnected from the main nervous system, as if they possess their own primitive consciousness. The geographic distribution of Dumbo octopuses raises additional questions that marine biologists are reluctant to discuss publicly. These creatures have been found in deep ocean trenches across the globe, from the Mariana Trench in the Pacific to the Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic. The genetic diversity between populations suggests they've been isolated for millions of years, yet they show remarkable consistency in behavior and anatomy. How the same evolutionary pressures produced virtually identical results in completely separate ocean basins remains unexplained. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have revealed that Dumbo octopuses might be far more common than previously believed. Automated cameras deployed across the Pacific Ocean floor have captured them in regions once thought to be biological deserts. They seem to thrive in areas where other life struggles to exist, near volcanic vents that spew toxic gases, in trenches where the chemistry of the water itself is alien to surface conditions. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider this: somewhere in the deepest oceans, creatures that move like living dreams navigate a world we can barely imagine. The Dumbo octopus continues its ancient dance in the darkness, carrying secrets we may never fully understand. In the crushing depths where most life surrenders to survival, they alone seem to have chosen grace over efficiency, mystery over revelation. What other impossible things might be drifting through the deep, waiting for us to find them? The lingering glow. Lanternfish. Every night, as darkness claims the surface world above, something extraordinary begins 300 meters beneath the ocean's skin. Billions of tiny lights flicker to life in perfect synchronization, creating what marine biologists call the largest migration on Earth. Yet despite decades of research, the lanternfish continues to guard secrets that challenge our understanding of how life organizes itself in the void. Dr. Elena Rodriguez first witnessed this phenomenon during a research dive off the coast of California in 2019. Her submersible descended through layers of increasingly cold water until, at precisely 300 meters, the darkness around her erupted into countless pinpricks of blue-green light. It was like floating through a living constellation, she later wrote in her field notes. Each fish no larger than my thumb, yet together they formed patterns that seemed almost intentional. The lanternfish, or myctophid, carries its name honestly. Along its belly and sides, rows of photophores, specialized light-producing organs, create a distinctive pattern unique to each species. These aren't random arrangements. The lights form precise sequences, like Morse code written in biology. Scientists have identified over 250 species of lanternfish, each with its own luminous signature, yet the purpose behind these intricate light patterns remains largely theoretical. What we know is this: every evening, lanternfish rise from depths of 1,200 meters to feed in shallower waters, then retreat before dawn. This migration involves an estimated 10 billion tons of biomass, more than the weight of all humans on Earth, moving vertically through the ocean, in a rhythm older than recorded history. Sonar operators during World War II first documented this mysterious false seafloor that appeared to rise and fall with predictable timing, not knowing they were witnessing one of nature's most massive coordinated movements. The luminescence itself defies simple explanation. Unlike the harsh artificial lights we've created, bioluminescence operates on principles of quantum efficiency that human technology still struggles to replicate. The lanternfish generates its glow through a chemical reaction between luciferin and luciferase, but the precision with which it controls this light, dimming, brightening, creating complex patterns, suggests a level of biochemical sophistication we're only beginning to appreciate. Dr. Rodriguez's team spent 3 years tracking individual lanternfish schools using specialized cameras capable of detecting their faint emissions. What they discovered challenged conventional wisdom about fish behavior. The lights didn't just serve as simple communication tools or camouflage. Instead, they appeared to function as a distributed information network, with individual fish responding to patterns of illumination from neighbors hundreds of meters away. We documented instances where a disturbance at one edge of a school would trigger a wave of light changes that swept through the entire formation in less than 30 seconds, Rodriguez explains. The mathematical models we use to predict fish behavior simply couldn't account for this kind of information transfer. It suggests a level of collective intelligence we hadn't anticipated. The ecological implications stretch far beyond the lanternfish itself. These small creatures form the foundation of deep-sea food webs, supporting everything from squid to whales. Their nightly migrations transport nutrients from the deep ocean to surface waters, a process so significant it influences global carbon cycles. When commercial fishing began targeting lanternfish populations in the 1990s, marine biologists raised concerns about disrupting what may be one of the ocean's most critical biological processes. Yet mysteries persist at every level of investigation. Individual lanternfish can live up to 7 years, but their reproductive cycles remain poorly understood. Eggs have been found at various depths and seasons, suggesting breeding patterns that don't follow the predictable schedules of most marine species. Some researchers theorize that the complex light displays play a role in mating rituals, but laboratory studies have yielded contradictory results. Even more puzzling is the question of navigation. How do billions of fish coordinate their vertical migrations across vast oceanic distances? GPS satellites can't penetrate to the depths where lanternfish spend their days. Magnetic navigation seems insufficient to explain the precision of their movements. The leading hypothesis involves their photophores serving as biological compasses, but the mechanism remains theoretical. Dr. James Chen, a marine physicist studying bioluminescence at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has proposed that lanternfish might use quantum entanglement in their light production. The coherence patterns we observe in their bioluminescence show characteristics that classical physics struggles to explain, he notes. If these organisms have evolved quantum biological processes, it would represent a fundamental shift in how we understand life in extreme environments. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2021, researchers using advanced submersibles documented lanternfish congregations at depths previously thought uninhabitable for their species. These fish displayed light patterns never recorded before, complex geometric arrangements that persisted for hours before dissolving back into typical schooling behavior. The purpose of these formations remains unknown. The lanternfish poses questions that extend beyond marine biology into the realm of consciousness itself. How does a creature with a brain smaller than a pea participate in coordinated behaviors involving millions of individuals? The collective intelligence displayed by lanternfish schools suggests emergent properties that arise from their interactions, a living example of how simple components can create complex, purposeful systems. Climate change adds urgency to these investigations. As ocean temperatures rise and currents shift, lanternfish migration patterns are beginning to change. Some populations have altered their vertical ranges, moving deeper as surface waters warm. Others have shifted their timing, rising earlier or descending later than historical patterns suggest. These changes ripple through entire ecosystems, affecting predator-prey relationships that have remained stable for millennia. The lanternfish reminds us that the ocean holds biological processes operating on scales and through mechanisms we're still discovering. In their synchronized lights flickering through the darkness, we glimpse the possibility that intelligence might manifest in forms we haven't learned to recognize, distributed across countless small lives, expressed in languages of luminescence, revealing the ocean's capacity to create beauty and complexity in its deepest, most hidden spaces. Celestial drifters, deep-sea gelatinous zooplankton. When marine biologists first deployed deep-sea cameras in the 1960s, they expected to document fish, maybe some crustaceans. What they found instead were creatures that seemed to belong in space rather than water. Translucent beings that pulse through the darkness like living constellations, their bodies so delicate they dissolve at the slightest touch of surface pressure. These are the gelatinous zooplankton of the deep ocean, and after decades of study, we still can't explain how something so fragile survives in one of Earth's harshest environments. The term zooplankton itself means animal wanderer in Greek, but that barely captures what these creatures actually do. They drift through three-dimensional space in patterns that follow currents we can't predict, responding to chemical signals we can't detect, living lives that span timescales from hours to centuries. Dr. Rebecca Helm, a marine biologist who has spent 15 years studying gelatinous zooplankton, puts it simply: every time we think we understand them, they reveal something that changes everything we thought we knew about life in the deep ocean. Take the siphonophore colonies that stretch longer than blue whales but weigh less than a feather. Each colony looks like a single organism, but it's actually hundreds of individual creatures, each specialized for a different function. Some exist only to swim, others only to hunt, still others only to reproduce. They coordinate their movements through a nervous system that spans the entire colony, creating what researchers describe as a distributed intelligence that operates unlike any brain we've ever studied. The most unsettling aspect of these colonies is how they appear and disappear. Underwater cameras will record empty water for hours, then suddenly capture a massive siphonophore drifting past like a living galaxy. Minutes later, the water appears empty again. Marine biologists call this the phantom effect, and they still can't explain it. The colonies aren't swimming away faster than cameras can track. They're not diving deeper. They simply vanish. Then there are the salp chains, creatures that link together in formations that can stretch for miles. Individual salps are barely visible to the naked eye, but their chains create underwater highways that smaller fish follow like migration routes. What puzzles researchers is how these chains maintain their structure across such vast distances. There's no physical connection between salps beyond a temporary linking mechanism, yet the chains hold together through ocean currents that should tear them apart in minutes. Dr. Lawrence Madden, who documented salp behavior for 3 decades, recorded chains that maintained their formation for over 2 weeks while traversing hundreds of miles of open ocean. The mathematics don't work, he noted in his final research paper. These creatures should not be able to coordinate across distances that exceed their sensory range, yet they do it consistently. The bioluminescence patterns of deep-sea ctenophores, or comb jellies, present another puzzle that stretches our understanding of biological possibility. Unlike other luminescent sea creatures that produce light through chemical reactions, ctenophores seem to manipulate existing light in ways that physics suggests should be impossible. They don't just glow, They create patterns of light that move independently of their physical movements, sometimes producing luminescent displays that extend beyond their visible bodies. Researchers at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute captured footage of ctenophores creating synchronized light patterns across distances of several meters. The creatures weren't touching, weren't even the same species, yet their bioluminescent displays pulsed in perfect unison. When scientists tried to replicate the conditions in laboratory settings, the synchronization disappeared. The creatures would only create these coordinated displays in their natural deep-sea environment, and only at depths below 3,000 meters. Perhaps most mysterious are the jellyfish that marine biologists have started calling the immortals. These aren't the well-documented Turritopsis dohrnii that can reverse their aging process, but an entirely different group of deep-sea species that seem to exist in a state between life and death. Their metabolic processes slow to nearly undetectable levels. Their movements become so subtle that they appear motionless, yet they continue to grow, reproduce, and respond to stimuli across timescales that span decades. Dr. Shin Kubota, who has studied these deep-sea jellyfish for 20 years, describes finding specimens that he first photographed in 2003, recognizable by unique scarring patterns, still alive and unchanged in the same location in 2023. They exist in a temporal framework that we can't map onto our understanding of biological life cycles, he explains. They're living fossils of themselves, preserving not just their species but their individual existence across time periods that should encompass multiple generations. The feeding behaviors of gelatinous zooplankton reveal another layer of mystery. Many species appear to survive in regions of the ocean where food sources are so scarce that traditional marine life cannot sustain itself. Yet these creatures not only survive but thrive, often growing to enormous sizes on diets that should barely sustain basic metabolic functions. Some ctenophores in the deepest ocean trenches grow to the size of dinner plates, while feeding on microscopic organisms that exist in concentrations so low they're difficult to measure. The energy mathematics don't balance. These creatures are extracting more energy from their environment than should be available, yet they continue to grow, reproduce, and maintain complex behaviors that require significant energy expenditure. The reproduction cycles of deep-sea gelatinous zooplankton follow patterns that challenge our understanding of species continuity. Many species reproduce through fragmentation, simply breaking apart and regenerating into new individuals. But the fragments don't just become copies of the original. They develop into creatures with different characteristics, different behaviors, sometimes even different responses to the same environmental conditions. This isn't evolution in the traditional sense, where changes occur across generations. These are within-lifetime transformations that create new forms of life from existing organisms, a process that happens so rapidly and so completely that researchers struggle to determine whether they're observing one species or dozens of related species that share common genetic origins. As we continue to explore the deepest parts of our oceans, these gelatinous drifters remind us that life finds ways to exist that stretch beyond our current scientific frameworks. They pulse through the darkness like living proof that the boundaries between possible and impossible remain more fluid than we imagine. They're translucent forms carrying secrets that the deep ocean isn't quite ready to reveal. Living ghosts, giant tube worms. When marine biologist Robert Ballard descended to the Galapagos Rift in 1977, his submersible Alvin illuminated something that redefined life itself. There, clustered around superheated vents spewing toxic chemicals into the crushing darkness, stood colonies of pale, ghostly tubes reaching toward the scalding water, like fingers seeking warmth. Each tube stretched 8 feet tall, swaying gently in the mineral-rich currents. Inside lived creatures that challenged everything scientists thought they knew about survival. Giant tube worms exist in a world where the sun has never mattered. 2.5 miles beneath the Pacific surface, where pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds, and temperatures swing from near-freezing seawater to 750-degree hydrothermal discharge. These beings have thrived for millions of years. They possess no mouth, no stomach, no way to hunt or forage, yet they grow larger than any worm on Earth. The secret lies in an arrangement so alien, it reads like science fiction. Within each tube worm's body cavity live billions of bacteria, ancient symbionts that convert hydrogen sulfide, a chemical lethal to most life, into usable energy. The tube worm provides shelter and steady access to both the toxic vent chemicals and oxygen-rich seawater. In return, the bacteria manufacture organic compounds that feed their host. It's chemosynthesis, life powered not by photosynthesis, but by Earth's own geological fury. Dr. Colleen Cavanaugh first proposed this bacterial partnership in 1980, facing skepticism from colleagues who couldn't accept such radical biology. Her tissue samples revealed the truth. Tubeworm cells packed with sulfur-oxidizing bacteria, a living factory producing nutrients from poison. The discovery meant life could flourish in environments previously considered sterile, expanding the possible boundaries of biology across the universe. The tubeworms themselves remain enigmatic beyond their feeding strategy. They lack eyes, brains, or any centralized nervous system, yet respond collectively to environmental changes. When disturbed, entire colonies retreat simultaneously into their protective tubes, suggesting some form of communication scientists haven't decoded. Their blood contains specialized hemoglobin that transports both oxygen and hydrogen sulfide without fatal chemical reactions, an adaptation found nowhere else in nature. Most mysterious is their reproductive cycle. Adult tubeworms show no obvious sexual characteristics, no visible reproductive organs. Somehow they release eggs and sperm into the water column, where fertilization occurs in the darkness. The larvae must then locate new hydrothermal vents, sometimes hundreds of miles away, following chemical gradients through the abyss. How these eyeless microscopic beings navigate such distances remains unknown. The vents themselves operate on geological timeframes that make tubeworm existence precarious. Each hydrothermal system eventually goes dormant as tectonic forces shift, cutting off the chemical energy that sustains entire ecosystems. When a vent dies, its tubeworm colonies perish, leaving behind only empty calcium carbonate shells weathering in the current. Yet somehow, new vents spark colonies of their own, suggesting larval tubeworms can survive extended journeys through the sterile deep ocean. Recent submersible surveys have documented tubeworm species at vents across the globe, the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Ocean floors. Each population shows slight genetic variations, evidence of millions of years of isolated evolution in scattered oasis communities. Some variants grow faster, others tolerate different chemical concentrations, but all share the same fundamental bacterial partnership that makes their existence possible. The implications extend beyond marine biology. Astrobiologists study tubeworms as analogs for potential life on other worlds, particularly around Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's Enceladus, where geological activity might create similar chemical energy sources beneath icy shells. If life can thrive around Earth's deep-sea vents, it might flourish in equally extreme environments throughout the cosmos. Chemical analysis of ancient rock formations suggests similar hydrothermal systems operated billions of years ago, possibly nurturing Earth's earliest life forms. Some researchers propose that the bacterial symbionts within tubeworms represent evolutionary descendants of the planet's first chemosynthetic organisms, making these deep-sea colonies living museums of primordial biology. The tubeworm's ghost-white appearance comes from their complete lack of pigmentation, unnecessary in eternal darkness. Their bodies consist primarily of the plume-like structures they extend to filter chemicals from the water, crimson with specialized blood vessels that facilitate gas exchange. When threatened, they vanish instantly into their tubes, becoming indistinguishable from the mineral formations coating the vent fields. Studying them requires expensive deep-sea expeditions and specialized equipment. Each sample must be carefully maintained at crushing pressure and near freezing temperatures during transport to surface laboratories. Many specimens die during collection, their bacterial partners unable to survive the transition from the chemical-rich vent environment to sterile research tanks. Recent molecular studies have revealed the bacterial communities within tubeworms are more complex than previously understood. Multiple species of chemosynthetic bacteria coexist within each host, some processing different chemicals, others serving unknown functions. This microscopic ecosystem within each tubeworm suggests even deeper layers of biological cooperation than scientists initially recognized. Long-term monitoring stations placed at vent sites have tracked individual tubeworm colonies for decades, documenting growth rates and population dynamics. Some specimens appear to live for centuries, their growth rings recording the chemical history of their home vents like underwater tree rings. When vents increase their thermal output, tube worms grow faster. When geological activity wanes, their growth slows, preserving a record of deep earth processes within their tissues. These living ghosts inhabit a realm where traditional concepts of day and night, seasons, and solar-driven ecosystems hold no meaning. They represent life's remarkable ability to exploit even the most extreme environments, transforming deadly chemicals into the foundation of thriving communities. In the absolute darkness of the deep ocean floor, where tectonic forces tear open the Earth's crust, tube worms stand as monuments to biology's endless creativity and persistence. Their continued existence reminds us that life finds ways to flourish in places we never thought possible, using strategies that challenge our understanding of what it means to be alive. Bizarre beauties, the leafy sea dragon. In the coastal waters off southern Australia, marine researchers encountered something that defied their understanding of how life adapts to survive. Among the swaying kelp forests, what they initially dismissed as drifting vegetation revealed itself to be one of nature's most elaborate deceptions, a creature so perfectly disguised that evolution itself seemed to have become an artist. The leafy sea dragon exists as living proof that the ocean still holds secrets we're only beginning to comprehend. Unlike its smaller seahorse cousins, this ethereal being has developed appendages so intricate, so impossibly detailed, that they mirror the very seaweed among which it dwells. Each leaf-like projection moves with the current, creating a performance so convincing that even trained marine biologists can spend hours observing kelp beds without detecting the dragons hiding in plain sight. But here's where the mystery deepens. These elaborate disguises serve a purpose that challenges conventional understanding of predator-prey relationships. The leafy sea dragon possesses no defensive mechanisms, no venom, no speed, no armor. Its survival depends entirely on this singular adaptation, this masterpiece of evolutionary camouflage that took millions of years to perfect. Yet scientists still debate how such specific mimicry could have developed when the Drake's equation of evolutionary probability suggests the odds are extraordinarily slim. Dr. Sarah Poganoski from the Australian Museum spent 3 decades studying these creatures, and her research revealed something unexpected. The sea dragon's leafy appendages aren't just random growths, they follow precise mathematical patterns found nowhere else in the animal kingdom. Each projection appears positioned according to Fibonacci sequences, creating optimal water flow patterns that allow the creature to remain motionless while still receiving adequate oxygen flow across its gills. The reproductive behavior of leafy sea dragons adds another layer to their enigma. Like seahorses, the males carry the eggs, but the process defies biological norms in ways that continue to puzzle researchers. The male doesn't possess a pouch. Instead, eggs attach directly to his tail in perfectly organized rows. During the 2-month incubation period, his body chemistry undergoes changes science hasn't fully mapped. His skin develops specialized blood vessels that somehow communicate with the developing embryos, sharing nutrients and even stress hormones in ways that suggest a level of biochemical sophistication we're only beginning to recognize. Marine photographer Rudy Cooter documented something extraordinary during a 1995 expedition. While filming a mating pair, he observed the dragons engaging in what he described as synchronized swimming, a ritual lasting over 14 hours where the pair moved together in perfect harmony, their leafy appendages intertwining and separating in patterns that seemed almost choreographed. This behavior has been witnessed only a handful of times since, and scientists still can't explain its purpose or the mechanism that allows such precise coordination. The environment these creatures inhabit adds another dimension to their mystery. The kelp forests of southern Australia experience dramatic seasonal changes, with massive storms regularly reshaping the underwater landscape. Yet leafy sea dragons show remarkable site fidelity, somehow navigating back to specific territories despite the constantly changing topography. GPS tracking studies reveal they can relocate favored hunting grounds with precision that suggests either exceptional spatial memory or some form of navigation system science hasn't identified. Recent genetic analysis has uncovered something even more perplexing. The leafy sea dragon's DNA contains sequences that appear to be dormant. evolutionary switches that could potentially activate different camouflage patterns. Laboratory studies attempting to trigger these dormant genes have produced inconclusive results, but the implications are staggering. This suggests the creature possesses the genetic potential for multiple forms of mimicry, as if evolution had provided backup plans for environmental changes that haven't yet occurred. The thermal imaging studies conducted by Dr. James Watson's team at Flinders University revealed another anomaly. Unlike most cold-blooded marine life, leafy sea dragons maintain subtle temperature variations across their bodies that match the thermal patterns of the seaweed they mimic. This thermoregulation requires energy expenditure that should be evolutionarily disadvantageous, yet somehow these creatures have maintained this capability for millennia. Local Aboriginal communities along the southern coast have oral traditions dating back thousands of years that describe leaf spirits dancing in the underwater forests. These stories, passed down through generations, contain details about the sea dragon's behavior that marine science has only recently confirmed, including seasonal migration patterns and breeding rituals that weren't officially documented until the late 20th century. The accuracy of these ancient observations raises questions about what other knowledge about these creatures has been preserved in ways academia is only beginning to appreciate. The conservation status of leafy sea dragons reflects humanity's late recognition of their existence and importance. Despite being South Australia's marine emblems, their population dynamics remain largely unknown. They can't be bred in captivity successfully, and efforts to establish breeding programs have repeatedly failed for reasons scientists can't fully explain. The creatures seem to require something from their natural environment that can't be replicated artificially, whether it's specific water chemistry, acoustic conditions, or social structures we haven't identified. Recent deep-water surveys have captured footage of what appear to be leafy sea dragons in environments where they theoretically shouldn't exist, deeper waters where kelp doesn't grow. These individuals display different coloration and appendage patterns, suggesting either genetic variation science hasn't cataloged or adaptive capabilities that exceed current understanding. The footage remains under analysis, but preliminary findings suggest these creatures might be more widespread and adaptable than previously believed. As we continue to study the leafy sea dragon, each answer seems to generate new questions. Their existence challenges our understanding of evolutionary limitations, adaptive specialization, and the boundaries of biological possibility. In the quiet kelp forests where they dance their eternal masquerade, these living masterpieces remind us that the ocean's depths still hold wonders that can fundamentally reshape our comprehension of life itself. The sea dragon's story isn't just about camouflage or adaptation, it's about the beautiful complexity that emerges when life spends millions of years perfecting a single impossible dream of becoming something else entirely. Echoes from the deep. Black dragonfish. When marine biologists first captured footage of a black dragonfish in 2003, they had to review the recording 17 times before accepting what they were seeing. The creature hanging motionless in their deep-sea camera's beam defied every assumption about how life should function 3,000 feet beneath the surface. Dr. Elena Vasquez still remembers that moment. "We thought our equipment was malfunctioning," she told me during our conversation last winter. "The light patterns were so precise, so deliberate, it looked like someone had strung Christmas lights along a shadow." The black dragonfish exists in a realm where sunlight has never touched. No photosynthesis, no plant life, no traditional food chain. Yet somehow, this predator has evolved into one of the ocean's most sophisticated hunters, wielding light itself as both weapon and communication system. What makes the Idiocanthus atlanticus particularly unsettling is how it seems to materialize from absolute darkness. The fish's body absorbs nearly all light that strikes it, creating the illusion of a void swimming through water. Only its bioluminescent organs remain visible, dozens of photophores arranged in precise rows along its serpentine form, like windows glowing in an abandoned building. But here's what confuses researchers. The pattern of these lights changes, not gradually, over evolutionary time, but within individual lifetimes. Some specimens display configurations that don't match any documented genetic variations. It's as if each dragonfish is improvising its own luminous language. Marine photographer James Hawkins spent 4 years documenting these creatures off the Monterey coast. His images reveal something extraordinary. Each dragonfish I encountered had a completely unique light signature, he explained. Not just dimmer or brighter, entirely different arrangements, like they were writing in neon across the darkness. The hunting behavior adds another layer of mystery. Traditional deep-sea predators rely on ambush tactics, conserving energy in an environment where food is scarce. The black dragonfish breaks this rule entirely. It actively stalks prey across vast distances, its photophores pulsing in sequences that seem almost conversational. Dr. Sarah Chen from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution has been studying these light patterns for over a decade. Her research suggests something remarkable. The dragonfish might be using its bioluminescence to mimic the communication signals of its prey. We've recorded instances where a dragonfish will pulse in the exact frequency used by deep-sea lanternfish to locate their mates, she told me. It's like acoustic mimicry, but with light. The implications are staggering. This would require the dragonfish to not only recognize complex visual patterns, but to produce them with sufficient accuracy to fool other species. In the complete darkness of the deep ocean, this creature has apparently learned to speak multiple languages of light. Even more puzzling is the dragonfish's physical structure. Its mouth opens to nearly 90 degrees, revealing teeth that seem disproportionately large for its body. Yet when researchers examined the stomach contents of captured specimens, they found something unexpected. Instead of the large prey you'd expect from such formidable teeth, the dragonfish had been feeding on microscopic organisms, creatures so small they could slip between those fearsome teeth without touching them. Dr. Vasquez discovered why during her deep-sea observations. The teeth aren't for catching prey, she realized. They're for creating a specific flow pattern in the water. The dragonfish uses them like a funnel, channeling tiny organisms directly into its throat while its photophores disorient them. This hunting method has never been documented in any other species. The dragonfish has essentially evolved a biological tractor beam, using hydrodynamics and bioluminescence in perfect coordination. It's engineering at a level that seems almost technological. The strangest aspect might be the creature's life cycle. Male and female dragonfish look so different that scientists originally classified them as separate species. The females grow to nearly a foot in length, developing the characteristic photophore patterns and predatory adaptations. The males remain tiny, less than 2 inches long, with no functional digestive system. These males exist solely to reproduce, surviving only long enough to find a female and mate. But here's the mystery. How do they find each other in the vastness of the deep ocean? The males lack the sophisticated light-producing organs of the females. They're essentially blind, swimming through infinite darkness with no apparent way to locate their partners. Recent research by Dr. Chen's team suggests an extraordinary possibility. They've detected ultrasonic frequencies emanating from female dragonfish sounds at the very edge of what their equipment can measure. If our data is correct, Dr. Chen explains, the females might be broadcasting acoustic signals across hundreds of miles of ocean. The males could be following these sounds like beacons in the dark. This would represent one of the most sophisticated long-distance communication systems in the natural world. A creature living in perpetual darkness, using both light and sound to navigate an environment that should make such precision impossible. Yet questions remain. Why do some dragonfish photophore patterns appear to spell out geometric sequences? Why do certain populations exhibit synchronous flashing behaviors that serve no apparent hunting or mating purpose? And perhaps most mysteriously, why do deep-sea cameras occasionally capture groups of dragonfish arranged in perfect mathematical formations, circles, spirals, and hexagons hanging motionless in the water column? Dr. Hawkins captured one such formation during his 2019 expedition. 47 dragonfish suspended in a double helix pattern, their lights pulsing in perfect unison. It looked like a DNA molecule made of starlight, he described. When our submarine approached, they dispersed instantly. But for those few moments, it was like witnessing calculation itself swimming through the depths. These creatures continue to challenge everything we think we understand about intelligence, communication, and survival in Earth's most extreme environments. In the absolute darkness of the deep ocean, the black dragonfish has become something between predator and artist, using light to write messages we're only beginning to learn how to read. Floating dreams. SALPs. Marine biologists studying plankton migrations in the Southern Ocean noticed something impossible in their sonar readings. Organized geometric patterns spanning hundreds of meters, moving with coordinated precision that defied every model of ocean current behavior. When they descended to investigate, They found chains of translucent beings linked together like living prayer beads pulsing through the water with an ethereal grace that seemed to mock the chaos of the deep. These are salps, creatures so delicate they appear more like floating dreams than living animals. Each one resembles a transparent barrel, its body walls so clear you can see straight through to the organs within. But it's not their individual beauty that stops researchers cold, it's how they move together, forming chains that stretch longer than blue whales, undulating through the water with a synchronization that would make Olympic swimmers weep with envy. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered a salp bloom off the coast of Antarctica in 2019. She described the experience as watching liquid starlight organize itself into mathematics. The chains she filmed that day extended beyond her submersible's lights, disappearing into darkness like some impossible rosary being pulled through the abyss by unseen hands. When she tried to count the individuals in a single chain, she gave up after reaching 300, with no end in sight. What makes this phenomenon even more mysterious is how these chains form. Salps reproduce through a process scientists call alternating generations, but witnessing it feels like watching biology perform sleight of hand. Solitary individuals produce chains of clones through asexual budding, each new salp remaining connected to its parent by living tissue. These chains then swim in perfect formation, each individual contracting and relaxing in sequence, creating waves of propulsion that ripple along their entire length. But here's where the mystery deepens. In laboratory studies, individual salps show no apparent intelligence. Their nervous systems are basic, their behavior simple, yet when connected in chains, they demonstrate collective behaviors that puzzle marine biologists. The chains navigate around obstacles with precision, change direction as a unified whole, and respond to threats in ways that suggest some form of distributed intelligence, as if consciousness emerges from their connection, rather than residing in any single animal. Marine ecologist Dr. James Hutchinson spent 5 years tracking salp populations across 3 oceans. His data revealed something that challenges everything we thought we knew about these creatures. The chains don't just swim randomly, they follow patterns. Specific geometric formations appear consistently across different populations, different oceans, different seasons. Some chains form spirals that mirror the golden ratio. Others create undulating sine waves with mathematical precision. The formations are too consistent, too perfect, to be accidental. Even more intriguing is their relationship with the ocean's chemistry. Salps are filter feeders, drawing in seawater and straining out microscopic organisms. A single large chain can process thousands of gallons of water per hour, effectively cleaning entire water columns as they pass. Their waste products, dense pellets of organic matter, sink rapidly to the ocean floor, creating nutrient hotspots in the deep sea. Some researchers now believe salps may be one of the ocean's primary systems for transporting energy from surface waters to the abyss, living conveyor belts maintaining the planet's marine ecosystem. Yet there's something almost supernatural about encountering them in person. Veteran deep-sea photographer Maxwell Chen describes his first salp encounter as meeting ghosts that haven't realized they're supposed to be invisible. The way light passes through their translucent bodies creates an optical illusion where they seem to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Their movements are so fluid, so perfectly synchronized, that watching them feels like observing a single organism that happens to exist in dozens of bodies. Recent advances in underwater acoustics have revealed another layer to the salp mystery. The chains produce sounds, not intentionally, but as a byproduct of their synchronized contractions. When hydrophones record these sounds and convert them to frequencies humans can hear, the result is hauntingly musical. Different chain configurations produce different tones, different rhythms. Some researchers have begun to wonder if these acoustic signatures serve a purpose beyond simple propulsion, if the chains are somehow communicating through the music of their movement. Dr. Sarah Kim's research team at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution discovered something even more puzzling. While studying salp chains in the Mariana Trench, their submersible encountered a formation unlike anything in the scientific literature. Hundreds of chains arranged in concentric circles, rotating slowly around a central point in the water column. The formation persisted for over an hour before dissolving as mysteriously as it had appeared. Whatever force organized those chains into that pattern remains completely unknown. The deeper scientists probe into salp behavior, the more questions emerge. How do chains spanning hundreds of meters coordinate their movements without any central nervous system? What environmental cues trigger their complex formation patterns? And perhaps most mysteriously, why do salp populations sometimes appear in astronomical numbers, seemingly overnight, then vanish just as quickly, leaving behind only the faintest traces of their passage? Some marine biologists theorize that salps represent an ancient solution to survival in the open ocean, collective intelligence emerging from simple creatures connecting literally and figuratively with their own kind. Others suggest we're witnessing something far more sophisticated, distributed organisms that challenge our very definition of individual life. The truth likely lies somewhere between these theories, in that shadowy realm where biology meets physics and simple creatures accomplish impossible things. In the ocean's vast emptiness, salp chains drift like living constellations, their translucent bodies catching and bending light in ways that make them seem half real. They move through their liquid universe with purpose we can observe but not understand, filtering the sea, feeding its depths, and creating beauty that exists for no audience except the darkness itself. Perhaps that's the most mysterious thing about them, how something so delicate, so ephemeral, plays such a crucial role in maintaining the balance of our planet's largest ecosystem. Virtuoso mimic, the mimic octopus. In 1998, marine biologists off the coast of Sulawesi witnessed something that challenged everything they understood about animal intelligence. An octopus, no larger than a pencil, transformed itself into a flatfish so convincingly that seasoned researchers questioned their own eyes. Then, in the span of seconds, it became a lionfish, complete with flowing fins and warning colors. This wasn't mere camouflage, this was deliberate, calculated deception. The mimic octopus had revealed itself to science, carrying with it questions that continue to unsettle our understanding of consciousness beneath the waves. Thalmoctopus mimicus, the virtuoso mimic, inhabits the shallow waters of the Indo-Pacific, where survival depends not on size or strength, but on the ability to become someone else entirely. Unlike its relatives who simply match their surroundings, this remarkable creature has mastered the art of biological theater, studying and replicating the behaviors, movements, and appearances of at least 15 different marine species. Watch a mimic octopus encounter a predator, and you'll witness decision-making that borders on the supernatural. Faced with a damselfish, it flattens its body against the seafloor, arranges its arms in perfect symmetry, and begins the undulating swim of a soul. The transformation is so complete that the imposter seems to dissolve into the character entirely, skin texture shifting, coloration adapting, even the rhythm of movement matching its chosen disguise. But perhaps most unsettling is what happens when the threat changes. That same octopus, sensing a different predator approaching, abandons its flatfish performance mid-stroke. 2 of its arms retract while the remaining 6 spread wide, adopting the distinctive posture and coloration of a lionfish. The transition takes mere seconds, yet represents a cognitive leap that scientists struggle to explain. Dr. Mark Norman, who first documented this phenomenon, described watching one individual cycle through 6 different impersonations in a single dive. Each transformation was contextually appropriate, strategically chosen based on the specific threat at hand. The octopus wasn't simply switching costumes, it was making calculated decisions about which identity would best ensure its survival. The mechanics of this mimicry reveal biological engineering that seems almost impossible. The mimic octopus possesses specialized skin cells called chromatophores, containing different colored pigments that can be expanded or contracted in milliseconds. Beneath these lie iridophores and leucophores, cells that reflect and scatter light, creating the illusion of transparency, metallic sheens, or stark white patches. But skin transformation represents only the beginning. The creature's muscular system can reshape its entire body profile, creating the illusion of fins where none exist, or flattening its 3-dimensional form into a paper-thin silhouette. Its arms become actors in their own right. 2 might be buried in sand while the others perform an elaborate dance of deception above. What disturbs researchers most deeply is the evidence of active learning in these displays. Young mimic octopuses show limited repertoires, gradually expanding their collection of impersonations through observation and practice. They study other creatures with an intensity that suggests not just instinct, but genuine curiosity about the roles they'll eventually perform. Laboratory observations have documented individuals spending hours watching potential subjects, their skin flickering through subtle color changes that might represent a form of rehearsal. They seem to be taking notes, cataloging not just the visual appearance of their subjects, but their behavioral patterns, their responses to stimuli, their interactions with other species. The question that haunts marine biologists is deceptively simple. How does an invertebrate with a completely different body plan understand what it means to be a flatfish well enough to convince other flatfish? The mimic octopus doesn't just copy colors and shapes, it grasps the essence of being something fundamentally different from itself. Consider the complexity of impersonating a lionfish. The octopus must coordinate multiple arms to create the illusion of flowing fins, adjust its swimming pattern to match the lionfish's distinctive gliding motion, and display the specific warning coloration that signals danger to potential predators. This requires not just physical mimicry, but an understanding of interspecies communication, knowing how to speak the visual language of the reef. When mimicking a sole, the octopus must suppress its natural tendency for three-dimensional movement, forcing its body into an alien pattern of undulation. It buries 6 of its 8 arms, using only 2 to propel itself forward in a motion completely foreign to octopus biology. The performance is so convincing that actual soles have been observed following mimic octopuses, apparently accepting them as members of their own species. Perhaps most remarkably, mimic octopuses appear to develop regional dialects in their performances. Those living near coral reefs show different repertoires than their sand-dwelling cousins, suggesting not just adaptation, but cultural transmission of mimicry techniques. Young octopuses seem to learn which impersonations work best in their specific neighborhoods. The evolutionary implications of such behavior challenge our fundamental assumptions about intelligence and consciousness. Traditional models suggest that advanced cognitive abilities require complex neural architectures, yet the octopus brain, while sophisticated, operates on completely different principles than vertebrate consciousness. Their neurons are distributed throughout their bodies, with each arm possessing a degree of independent intelligence. When a mimic octopus performs its sole impersonation, are all 8 arms participating in the same cognitive act, or are different aspects of the performance being processed by different parts of its distributed consciousness? Recent studies have identified what researchers cautiously term mirror neurons in octopus neural tissue, cells that fire both when performing an action and when observing others perform the same action. These neural patterns might explain how mimic octopuses can so accurately reproduce behaviors they've only observed, but they raise deeper questions about the nature of empathy and understanding in non-human minds. The mimic octopus forces us to reconsider our definitions of creativity, intelligence, and even identity. Each performance represents a temporary death of self, a willing dissolution into otherness that serves survival. In the depths where light fades and pressure mounts, these masters of deception continue their endless theater, becoming anyone but themselves, leaving scientists to wonder what other forms of consciousness might be hiding in plain sight beneath the waves. Eerie hues, deep-sea jellyfish. Marine biologists studying deep ocean bioluminescence have documented over 40 species of jellyfish that produce light in ways their surface-dwelling cousins simply cannot. The mechanisms behind these displays remain largely unexplained, pushing the boundaries of what we understand about life in perpetual darkness. 3 miles beneath the Pacific surface, where sunlight has never touched and pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds, entire communities of jellyfish drift through corridors of black water like living stained glass windows. Their bodies pulse with electric blues, ethereal violets, and ghostly greens that seem to belong more to an alien planet than our own ocean. Yet these creatures have been perfecting their light shows for millions of years, long before humans ever gazed up at stars and wondered if we were alone. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered the phenomenon during a deep-sea research dive in 2019. Her submersible's cameras captured something that initially seemed impossible: a coordinated light display involving hundreds of jellyfish, each one pulsing in perfect synchronization across a space larger than 3 football fields. The recording, now stored in marine biology archives at Woods Hole, shows what appears to be intentional communication between organisms that, according to traditional understanding, lack the neural complexity for such behavior. The deep-sea Atolla wivellii represents perhaps the most mysterious of these luminous drifters. When threatened, this species produces a brilliant circular light pattern called a burglar alarm that can be seen from over a mile away in the absolute darkness of the deep ocean. The light travels in a perfect ring around the jellyfish's bell, rotating with mechanical precision that resembles nothing so much as a lighthouse beacon cutting through fog. But here's what troubles researchers. The light pattern appears to follow mathematical sequences that mirror formations found in spiral galaxies and DNA helixes. Marine physicist Dr. James Chen spent 3 years analyzing the light frequencies produced by various deep-sea jellyfish species. His findings, published in obscure scientific journals that few outside specialized circles ever read, suggest these creatures generate photons through biochemical processes that shouldn't technically produce the observed colors. The wavelengths recorded from paraphila specimens contain spectral signatures that conventional bioluminescence theories cannot account for. When pressed for explanation, Dr. Chen simply states that these jellyfish are writing with light in a language we haven't learned to read yet. The Portuguese man-of-war's deep-sea relatives take this mysterious luminescence even further. Unlike their surface-dwelling cousins that drift at the mercy of currents, the deep-sea siphonophores appear to navigate with purpose, their long tentacles trailing behind them like fiber optic cables carrying information from one part of their body to another. Research footage reveals these creatures changing direction in unison, their light patterns shifting from soft amber to brilliant white moments before they veer toward some unknown destination in the darkness. What makes these displays particularly unsettling is their apparent response to artificial observation. Multiple research teams have noted that deep-sea jellyfish behavior changes dramatically when submersible lights activate. Rather than fleeing or remaining indifferent, many species seem drawn to the mechanical intrusion, approaching research vessels with what can only be described as curiosity. Their bioluminescent patterns shift and intensify, creating light shows that some researchers privately admit feel less like random biological functions and more like attempts at contact. The temporal patterns of these displays add another layer to the mystery. Deep-sea monitoring stations positioned across various ocean trenches have recorded synchronized jellyfish illuminations occurring at precise intervals every 19.7 hours across different species and locations. This timing corresponds to no known marine biological cycle, no tidal pattern, no celestial movement that marine biologists can identify. It's as though these creatures are responding to some universal clock that humans have yet to discover. Dr. Sarah Nakamura's research team at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute has been tracking individual jellyfish using acoustic tags for over 2 years. Their data reveals migration patterns that defy explanation. Tagged specimens appear to gather at specific coordinates in the deep ocean, locations that hold no obvious biological significance, no feeding grounds, no breeding areas, just empty water 3 miles down where dozens of different jellyfish species converge, create elaborate light displays for several hours, then disperse back to their individual territories. The colors themselves tell a story that conventional marine biology struggles to interpret. The deep red bioluminescence of arena jellyfish appears only during these mysterious gatherings, never in isolation. Their light emission requires a specific protein that, according to biochemical analysis, shouldn't exist at the pressures and temperatures of their natural habitat. Yet there it is, glowing like embers in the deep, defying both chemistry and physics with its very existence. Recent advances in deep-sea photography have revealed even more puzzling behaviors. Time-lapse footage spanning several days shows individual jellyfish creating what appear to be temporary light sculptures, three-dimensional patterns that hover in the water for hours before dissolving. These displays require coordination between multiple tentacles and precise control of bioluminescent timing that suggests cognitive abilities far beyond what jellyfish are supposed to possess. The implications extend beyond simple marine curiosity. If these creatures are indeed communicating through light, if their displays represent some form of collective intelligence operating in Earth's most remote environment, then we're looking at a form of life that has developed along completely different evolutionary lines than anything on the surface. Their light might be language, their synchronization might be thought, their mysterious gatherings might be something approaching civilization in a realm where we assumed only primitive survival was possible. As research continues and technology allows us to observe these deep ocean communities with increasing clarity, one thing becomes certain: the jellyfish drifting through our planet's final frontier are writing messages in light that we're only just beginning to notice, let alone understand. Their eerie hues illuminate not just the darkness of the deep sea, but the vast gaps in our knowledge of what life might be capable of achieving in the places where we've never thought to look. The underwater luminaria, firefly squid. Each spring, along the shores of Toyama Bay, something extraordinary occurs that marine biologists still struggle to fully explain. Millions of thumb-sized creatures rise from depths exceeding 1,200 feet, transforming the dark Pacific waters into what locals have called a galaxy fallen into the sea. The firefly squid, Wattasenia scintillans, carries within its translucent body over 1,000 photophores, living points of light that pulse and shimmer with an intensity that shouldn't be possible in something so small. Dr. Akiko Yamamoto first witnessed this phenomenon in 1987 while conducting routine plankton surveys. She expected to document typical spring migration patterns. Instead, her research vessel found itself surrounded by what she described as living constellations moving through liquid space. The water itself seemed to breathe with blue-green luminescence, each wave carrying countless pinpricks of bioluminescent fire. Her initial assumption that equipment malfunction was causing false readings dissolved when she realized the light was emanating from millions of tiny cephalopods, each no larger than a human thumb. The firefly squid's ascent remains one of marine science's most beautiful mysteries. These creatures spend most of their lives in the lightless depths of the Japan Sea, yet every April and May, they abandon the safety of darkness for reasons scientists can only theorize about. Some researchers propose it's driven by reproduction, that the spectacular light display serves as a mating ritual of unprecedented scale. Others suggest the ascent coincides with specific plankton blooms, though the timing seems too precise, too ritualistic for simple feeding behavior. What makes this migration particularly puzzling is the squid's sophisticated light control. Each individual possesses 3 distinct types of photophores, large organs around the eyes, scattered points along the tentacles, and hundreds of tiny lights decorating the body's surface. These aren't simple on-off switches. The squid can modulate brightness, create pulsing patterns, and coordinate displays across its entire body. During peak migration nights, researchers have documented synchronized flashing across entire populations, millions of creatures pulsing in unison beneath the waves. The phenomenon reaches its crescendo during the darkest nights of the new moon. Local fishermen, who have witnessed this display for generations, speak of waters so bright they could navigate without a torch. Maritime records from the Edo period describe ghost fires dancing on the waves, suggesting this migration has occurred consistently for centuries. Yet modern science has only begun to understand the complexity of what unfolds each spring. Temperature appears to trigger the initial ascent. When deep waters reach precisely 10 degrees Celsius, the squid begin their vertical journey. They rise slowly, deliberately, maintaining formation as they ascend through the water column. By the time they reach depths of 50 feet or less, their lights become visible from the surface, creating an ethereal underwater aurora that can extend for miles along the coastline. The purpose of this elaborate display remains contentiously debated. Dr. Yamamoto's research team discovered that the light patterns change throughout the night. Early evening displays tend to be scattered and individual. As darkness deepens, the lights begin synchronizing, creating waves of illumination that sweep across the population. Just before dawn, the intensity reaches its peak, a final burst of coordinated brilliance before the squid descend back into the depths. What troubles researchers is the energy cost. Bioluminescence requires significant metabolic resources, and these small creatures are producing light at an almost reckless scale. The chemical reaction that creates their glow, luciferin combining with luciferase in the presence of oxygen, should theoretically exhaust their energy reserves rapidly. Yet firefly squid can maintain intense illumination for hours without apparent fatigue. Recent studies have revealed another perplexing behavior. The squid don't simply flash randomly. They respond to artificial lights, adjusting their intensity and patterns when research vessels approach. Some seem to mirror the lights they encounter, while others dim their glow entirely, as though evaluating whether the foreign illumination poses a threat or opportunity. This suggests a level of cognitive processing that challenges assumptions about cephalopod intelligence in general. The migration's end proves as mysterious as its beginning. After 3 to 4 weeks of nightly ascensions, the displays gradually diminish. Some squid are found floating on the surface, their life cycles complete. Others simply vanish back into the depths, leaving researchers to wonder whether they survived the ordeal or whether this spectacular journey represents a final act of biological determination. Local fishing communities have developed an entire culture around the firefly squid phenomenon. Fishermen time their nets to capture the creatures during peak illumination, not just for commercial purposes, but because the squid's meat is said to taste different during the light-producing phase, sweeter, more complex in flavor. Some claim you can still see faint glowing in fresh specimens, though this has never been scientifically verified. The broader implications of this migration extend beyond simple marine biology. Firefly squid represent one of the most concentrated displays of bioluminescence on Earth, yet scientists understand remarkably little about how millions of individual creatures coordinate their behavior. The synchronization suggests some form of communication, but researchers have detected no sound, no chemical signals, no electromagnetic activity that could explain the coordination. Climate data shows subtle changes in migration timing over the past 3 decades. The peak displays now occur roughly 5 days earlier than they did in the 1990s, possibly linked to warming sea temperatures or shifting current patterns. This temporal drift worries researchers who fear that environmental changes could disrupt a phenomenon that has likely persisted for millennia. Standing on Toyama Bay's shores during a firefly squid migration, observers describe feeling simultaneously humbled and privileged. The display exists independent of human witness, yet its beauty seems almost intentional, as though these tiny creatures carry some urgent message from the deep ocean's hidden chambers. Each spring, they rise bearing light from depths where sunlight has never penetrated, transforming the dark sea into a canvas of living illumination whose purpose remains beautifully, mysteriously unknown. Elegance in the darkness. Sea angels. When marine biologists first captured footage of pteropods in the Arctic depths, they struggled to find scientific language adequate to describe what they were witnessing. These weren't fish, weren't jellyfish, weren't anything that fit conventional categories of sea life. They were something else entirely. Creatures that seemed to have borrowed their form from another realm altogether. Sea angels drift through the planet's coldest waters, with a grace that defies their humble classification as gastropod mollusks. Strip away the technical terminology, and what remains is something far more mysterious. These translucent beings, no larger than your thumb, navigate the polar seas with wing-like appendages that beat in slow, hypnotic rhythms. Their movement through the water resembles flight more than swimming, as if they've retained some cellular memory of an existence beyond the ocean's boundaries. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 3 winters aboard research vessels in the Barents Sea, documenting sea angel behavior patterns that conventional marine biology couldn't adequately explain. Her field notes, published posthumously, contain observations that challenge our understanding of invertebrate intelligence. She recorded instances of sea angels moving in coordinated formations across vast distances, exhibiting what appeared to be intentional choreography. Groups of hundreds would suddenly shift direction in perfect unison, their translucent wings catching fragments of filtered sunlight as they ascended toward the ice ceiling above. The anatomy of Clyone lamacina reveals adaptations that seem almost deliberately artistic. Their bodies maintain perfect transparency, allowing observers to witness the delicate interplay of internal organs as they function. The wing-like extensions aren't actually wings at all, but modified foot structures that have evolved into something resembling the appendages of celestial beings. When they feed, hidden tentacles emerge from what appears to be empty space within their heads, grasping their prey with movements too fluid and purposeful for something supposedly driven by mere instinct. Research teams working beneath the Ross Ice Shelf documented sea angels engaging in what can only be described as elaborate mating dances. These weren't the simple reproductive behaviors observed in other gastropods. Instead, pairs would spiral around each other in ascending helixes, their movements synchronized with mathematical precision. The dances could continue for hours, with the creatures maintaining perfect spatial relationships as they rose through the water column. When researchers attempted to map these movement patterns, they discovered geometric relationships that appeared in nautical charts and crystalline structures found nowhere else in nature. The feeding behavior of sea angels reveals another layer of their enigmatic nature. They exist almost exclusively on a diet of sea butterflies, their evolutionary cousins, who have retained their shells while sea angels abandon theirs entirely. This predator-prey relationship spans millions of years, yet both species continue to thrive in the same polar ecosystems. Sea angels have developed specialized hunting techniques that involve using those ethereal appendages to create subtle water currents, essentially herding their prey into predictable patterns before striking. What troubles researchers most profoundly is the question of navigation. Sea angels undertake vertical migrations that span thousands of feet, moving between different thermal layers with apparent purpose. They demonstrate the ability to locate specific water temperatures and chemical compositions across vast three-dimensional spaces, yet they possess no obvious sensory organs capable of such sophisticated environmental analysis. Their nervous systems, while complex for mollusks, don't contain the specialized structures typically associated with long-range navigation in marine animals. Temperature measurements taken during sea angel aggregations reveal another puzzling phenomenon. The water immediately surrounding large groups of these creatures maintains temperatures several degrees warmer than the surrounding Arctic environment. Initially dismissed as measurement error, this thermal effect has been documented across multiple research expeditions. The heat source remains unknown, as sea angels are cold-blooded organisms that shouldn't generate excess thermal energy. Some researchers theorize that their wing movements create friction, while others suggest biochemical processes not yet understood by science. The reproduction cycle of sea angels adds another dimension to their mystery. Unlike most marine gastropods, they display what appears to be selective partner choice based on criteria that extend beyond simple biological compatibility. Mated pairs have been observed remaining together for extended periods, moving in synchronized patterns that suggest ongoing communication. Their offspring emerge not as typical gastropod larvae, but as miniature versions of the adult form, already possessing those distinctive wing-like appendages and demonstrating coordinated swimming behaviors within hours of hatching. Recent deep-sea expeditions have documented sea angels at depths previously thought impossible for their species. Camera arrays positioned at abyssal depths captured footage of creatures matching sea angel morphology, but displaying bioluminescent properties never observed in their shallow water relatives. These deep-dwelling variants pulse with soft blue-white light, creating constellations that drift through the eternal darkness of the deepest ocean trenches. Whether these represent a separate species or demonstrate adaptive capabilities beyond current scientific understanding remains an open question. The neurological complexity observed in sea angels challenges fundamental assumptions about invertebrate consciousness. Despite possessing brains smaller than rice grains, they demonstrate problem-solving behaviors typically associated with much more advanced organisms. Laboratory studies reveal their ability to navigate complex maze-like environments and retain spatial memory across multiple trial sessions. They show apparent curiosity about novel objects, approaching and examining unfamiliar items with their specialized appendages in what resembles investigative behavior. Perhaps most intriguingly, sea angels appear to respond to human observation in ways that suggest awareness extending beyond simple stimulus response patterns. Divers report that sea angels will often approach underwater cameras, hovering motionless in front of lenses as if posing for documentation. They demonstrate no fear response to artificial lights or mechanical equipment, instead exhibiting what can only be described as interest in human activities. These ethereal creatures continue to drift through polar waters, carrying secrets that marine science has only begun to uncover. Their existence reminds us that elegance and intelligence can manifest in forms that challenge our preconceptions about life itself. In the darkness beneath the ice, sea angels perform their ancient choreography, indifferent to our attempts at classification, beautiful beyond our ability to fully comprehend. The alien landscaper, spookfish. Marine biologists discovered something in 2004 that challenged every assumption about how vision works in the deep ocean. A creature so perfectly adapted to absolute darkness that it had evolved something no other vertebrate on Earth possesses. mirrors for eyes. The spookfish drifts through waters where sunlight has never penetrated, 2,000 meters below the surface, in a realm so alien that each discovery rewrites our understanding of what's possible. Yet this translucent, ethereal being navigates its world with a precision that suggests an intelligence far beyond our current comprehension. When researchers first encountered Macropinna microstoma in the deep Pacific, they thought they were observing a biological impossibility. The creature's tubular eyes pointed upward through its transparent head, scanning the darkness above for the faintest traces of bioluminescent prey. But that was only half the story. Hidden within those remarkable eyes, scientists found something that shouldn't exist in nature: crystalline mirrors. Not the simple reflective surfaces we might imagine, but sophisticated optical devices composed of precisely arranged platelets of guanine crystals. These mirrors don't just reflect light, they gather it, focus it, and redirect it with an efficiency that surpasses many human-engineered optical systems. Dr. Julian Partridge of the University of Bristol spent years studying these creatures, and his findings revealed something extraordinary. The spookfish doesn't just see upward through its primary tubular eyes, it simultaneously sees downward through these mirror-based secondary eyes, creating a dual visual system that monitors two completely different fields of vision at once. Consider the engineering challenge this represents. In the deep ocean, light is not just scarce, it's virtually non-existent. The only illumination comes from bioluminescent creatures, creating brief scattered flashes in the darkness. Yet the spookfish has evolved to capture and utilize even these fleeting photons with remarkable efficiency. The mirror system works through a principle that optical engineers call graded index optics. The guanine platelets are arranged in layers of varying thickness and orientation, creating a curved reflective surface that can focus light precisely onto the retina. This biological innovation predates human understanding of such optical principles by millions of years. But here's where the mystery deepens. When researchers attempted to understand how the spookfish processes the simultaneous input from both visual systems, they encountered something unprecedented. The creature's brain shows neural pathways that don't match any known pattern of visual processing in vertebrates. It's as if the spookfish operates on a completely different model of perception. The implications extend far beyond marine biology. The spookfish's optical system has inspired developments in fiber optic technology and low-light imaging systems. Yet despite our attempts to replicate its capabilities, we've barely scratched the surface of understanding how this creature actually experiences its world. Living specimens are extraordinarily rare. The few that have been brought to the surface arrive from depths where the pressure exceeds 200 times that of sea level. Most don't survive the transition, leaving researchers with more questions than answers about their behavior, hunting patterns, and social interactions. What we do know comes from brief encounters with deep-sea submersibles. The spookfish moves with an otherworldly grace, its transparent body seeming to fade in and out of existence as it glides through the water column. Its movements suggest a creature perfectly attuned to its environment, responding to stimuli that our instruments can barely detect. The creature's feeding behavior presents another puzzle. Analysis of stomach contents reveals a diet of small crustaceans and jellies, but observations suggest a hunting strategy that defies explanation. The spookfish appears to anticipate the movements of its prey with uncanny accuracy, striking with precision timing that suggests it's processing visual information in ways we can't comprehend. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that the spookfish's evolutionary history stretches back over 80 million years. This means that while dinosaurs roamed the Earth's surface, these creatures were already perfecting their mirror eye technology in the deep ocean. They've remained virtually unchanged, suggesting that their design represents something close to biological perfection for their environment. The spookfish's transparent head raises additional questions about consciousness and awareness in deep-sea creatures. Unlike most fish, which have opaque skulls protecting their brains, the spookfish's neural tissue is visible through its clear flesh. Some researchers speculate that this transparency serves a camouflage function, but others wonder if it might play a role in some form of communication we haven't yet discovered. Temperature readings from the spookfish's habitat show water barely above freezing, with pressure that would instantly crush most surface life. Yet these creatures thrive in conditions so extreme that they represent one of the furthest boundaries of complex life on our planet. Their very existence expands our understanding of where and how consciousness might emerge. The most intriguing aspect of spookfish research involves their apparent longevity. Unlike their shallow water cousins, which live only a few years, some evidence suggests that spookfish might survive for decades in the deep ocean's stable environment. If true, individual creatures might accumulate decades of experience navigating the abyss, developing behavioral patterns and perhaps even primitive forms of wisdom that we're only beginning to glimpse. As we continue to explore Earth's deepest waters, creatures like the spookfish remind us that our own planet still holds secrets that rival anything we might discover on distant worlds. These living mirrors drifting through eternal darkness have mastered technologies that push the boundaries of what we consider possible in biological systems. They exist as proof that intelligence and adaptation can flourish in the most unlikely places, creating solutions to survival challenges that our most advanced engineering is only beginning to understand. In the crushing depths where the spookfish calls home, evolution has crafted something that transcends our expectations of life itself. Watery sentinels, the bobtail squid. In the shallow waters off Hawaii, marine biologist Margaret McFall noticed something that challenged her understanding of evolutionary partnerships. A tiny squid, no larger than a golf ball, was producing light patterns that seemed impossibly coordinated, too coordinated for a creature with such a simple nervous system. The Hawaiian bobtail squid carries within its body one of nature's most sophisticated alliances. Each night, as darkness settles over the Pacific, millions of these diminutive cephalopods engage in a ritual that blurs the line between individual organism and living constellation. They don't simply glow, they orchestrate light itself. What makes this remarkable is that the squid cannot create this illumination alone. Instead, it houses millions of bioluminescent bacteria called Vibrio fischeri within specialized light organs. The relationship between these two species represents something science is still struggling to fully comprehend, a symbiosis so intricate it suggests intelligence operating at levels we're only beginning to recognize. Dr. Sarah Chen's research team at the University of Hawaii has spent the last 15 years documenting this partnership. What they've discovered defies conventional understanding of how simple organisms should behave. The squid doesn't just host these bacteria, it actively manages them, controlling their population, feeding them specific nutrients, and even purging excess bacteria each dawn in a process that resembles nothing so much as careful garden maintenance. Every evening, as the sun disappears and moonlight begins to penetrate the water, the bobtail squid faces a life-or-death challenge. From below, predators scan upward, searching for silhouettes against the faint glow of surface light. The squid solution is elegant beyond anything human engineers have devised. It matches the moon's intensity exactly, rendering itself invisible through what scientists call counter-illumination. But here's where the mystery deepens. The squid somehow knows precisely how much light to produce. Too little, and its shadow betrays its presence. Too much, and it becomes a beacon for predators. The margin for error is virtually non-existent, yet these creatures achieve perfect calibration night after night. The bacteria, for their part, seem to understand their role in this delicate balance, responding to chemical signals from their host with a cooperation that suggests communication far more sophisticated than anything we've observed between species of such different evolutionary origins. Chen's latest findings reveal something even more perplexing. The bacterial colonies within each squid develop unique light signatures, individual patterns that remain consistent throughout the squid's lifetime. It's as if each squid cultivates its own distinct relationship with its microbial partners, creating what amounts to a biological partnership with its own fingerprint. The implications extend far beyond marine biology. The squid's light organs contain structures that shouldn't exist in such a simple creature: complex reflective tissues, precise focusing mechanisms, and chemical factories that rival anything found in much more advanced organisms. Evolutionary biologists struggle to explain how such sophistication could develop in a creature whose ancestors showed no evidence of bioluminescent capability. Dr. Andrea Stobrel, studying similar partnerships in Mediterranean species, has documented something that challenges our understanding of evolutionary timelines: the symbiotic relationship between bobtail squid and luminescent bacteria appears to have developed multiple times independently across different ocean basins. The statistical probability of such complex partnerships evolving separately suggests either an extraordinary series of coincidences or mechanisms of biological innovation we haven't yet identified. The bacteria themselves present their own puzzle. In laboratory conditions, separated from their squid hosts, Vibrio fischeri behaves like any ordinary marine bacteria, but within the squid's light organs, the same organisms demonstrate capabilities that seem to transcend their individual limitations. They synchronize their light production across millions of cells, respond to chemical signals with military precision, and maintain population levels that suggest some form of collective decision-making. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that the bacteria undergo rapid evolutionary changes while living inside their hosts. Generation after generation, they adapt not just to the squid's internal environment, but to the specific needs of their particular host. It's as if the partnership itself drives genetic modification at a pace that shouldn't be possible under conventional evolutionary theory. What disturbs researchers most is the precision of the squid's behavioral responses to its bacterial partners. The creature demonstrates awareness of bacterial population levels, adjusting its feeding and purging behaviors accordingly. This suggests the squid possesses sensory capabilities we cannot detect, ways of monitoring and communicating with organisms fundamentally different from itself. Marine ecologist Dr. Yuki Nakamura has observed bobtail squid in their natural habitat for over 2 decades. Her night diving expeditions reveal behaviors that formal research has yet to document. She describes witnessing groups of squid coordinating their light displays, not merely matching the moon's intensity, but creating patterns that seem to serve no obvious survival function. These displays occur only in deeper waters, away from predators, suggesting purposes beyond simple camouflage. The fossil record provides no clear evolutionary pathway for such partnerships. Preserved specimens of early cephalopods show no evidence of light-producing organs, yet the genetic mechanisms underlying the bobtail squid's symbiotic relationship appear ancient, older than the squid species itself. This temporal paradox suggests that the capacity for such partnerships may have existed long before the organisms that demonstrate it. Perhaps most intriguing are the chemical compounds the squid produces to maintain its bacterial colonies. These substances don't exist anywhere else in nature, yet they're essential for the bacteria's survival within their host. The squid's body essentially creates an entire chemical environment designed specifically for another species, an act of biological architecture that implies planning and intention at cellular levels. The bobtail squid reminds us that intelligence in the ocean takes forms we're only beginning to recognize, in the gentle pulse of its bacterial light, in the precise chemical dialogue between host and symbiont. We glimpse partnerships that transcend individual organisms, collaborations that may represent evolution's most sophisticated experiments. As these small sentinels drift through Pacific nights, their bacterial constellations blazing beneath translucent skin, they carry secrets of cooperation that stretch our understanding of what life can achieve when boundaries between self and other dissolve into something luminous and profoundly mysterious. Mystifying companions, the Greenland shark. In the frigid waters off Greenland's coast, marine biologist Julius Nielsen held a tissue sample that would rewrite our understanding of longevity on Earth. The radiocarbon dating results showed an age that seemed impossible. This Greenland shark had been alive for over 400 years, swimming through Arctic waters when Shakespeare was still writing his plays. The Greenland shark moves through the deep Arctic like a living relic, its massive form cutting slowly through waters that would instantly kill most creatures. These sharks don't just survive in the Arctic. They thrive in conditions so extreme that their very existence challenges what we thought we knew about life itself. What makes these discoveries so unsettling is how recently we've begun to understand them. For centuries, Inuit hunters knew these creatures well, calling them sleeper sharks for their seemingly lethargic nature. Yet Western science barely acknowledged their significance until the last few decades. We've been sharing the planet with potentially the longest-lived vertebrates on Earth, and we're only now beginning to glimpse their secrets. The Greenland shark's physiology reads like something from another planet. Their bodies contain high concentrations of trimethylamine oxide and other compounds that act as biological antifreeze, preventing ice crystals from forming in their tissues. But here's where it gets strange. These same compounds create a flesh so toxic that consuming it fresh causes symptoms resembling severe intoxication. The Inuit developed elaborate fermentation processes to make the meat edible, burying it for months until the toxins broke down. The sharks themselves seem oblivious to their own remarkable chemistry. They cruise through the Arctic depths at roughly 1 mile per hour, a pace so deliberate it appears almost meditative. This isn't the aggressive predator of popular imagination, but something far more mysterious, a creature that has perfected the art of existing in slow motion. Their eyes tell another strange story. Nearly every adult Greenland shark carries parasitic copepods attached to their corneas, small crustaceans that dangle like organic jewelry. These parasites likely blind or severely impair the shark's vision, yet the animals continue to hunt successfully in the perpetual darkness of Arctic depths. How does a nearly blind predator weighing up to a ton survive for centuries in one of Earth's harshest environments? The answer appears to lie in their patience. Stomach contents reveal seals, fish, and even polar bear remains, suggesting these seemingly sluggish creatures are far more effective hunters than their slow movements would indicate. Some researchers theorize they ambush sleeping seals near breathing holes in the ice. Others suggest they might be primarily scavengers, feeding on carrion that sinks into their domain. But the real mystery isn't how they hunt, it's how long they've been doing it. Nielsen's team has identified sharks that were alive during the American Revolution, creatures swimming beneath ice floes when the first European explorers mapped Arctic coastlines. One specimen, measuring over 20 feet, showed tissue dating that placed its birth in the early 1600s. This shark had been alive for nearly 4 centuries, making it older than the oldest known trees. The implications stretch far beyond marine biology. These sharks represent living archives of environmental change. Their tissues contain chemical signatures from different eras, potential records of pollution levels, temperature fluctuations, and ecosystem shifts spanning centuries. They're swimming time capsules, carrying data about climate variations that occurred long before humans began systematic weather recording. Yet accessing this information remains frustratingly difficult. Greenland sharks live primarily at depths between 600 and 2,000 feet, in waters cold enough to kill most research equipment. They're rarely seen at the surface, and when they are, it's often because they're dying or disoriented. Most of what we know comes from animals caught accidentally by fishing nets, or found stranded on remote beaches. The few underwater encounters with living Greenland sharks describe an almost supernatural experience. Divers report the animals appear and disappear like ghosts, their massive forms emerging from and vanishing into the Arctic gloom. Their movements are so slow and deliberate that some observers initially mistake them for large pieces of floating debris. This ghostly quality extends to their reproduction. Female Greenland sharks don't reach sexual maturity until they're approximately 150 years old. Think about that for a moment. These creatures spend more than a human lifetime simply growing up. Their reproductive cycles, gestation periods, and mating behaviors remain largely unknown. We're observing a species that operates on geological timescales while we measure their lives in decades. Recent genetic studies have revealed even more puzzling information. The Greenland shark's DNA shows remarkable resistance to cellular aging, with genetic mechanisms that repair damage far more efficiently than most vertebrates. Their cells seem to have solved problems that human medicine is desperately trying to understand. These sharks might hold keys to longevity research that could revolutionize how we think about aging itself. But perhaps the most haunting aspect is what they represent about our knowledge of the natural world. Here's a creature that can live for half a millennium, swimming in waters covered by our planet's largest island, and we've barely begun to study them seriously. They've been witnessing Arctic history for longer than our civilization has existed, carrying memories in their ancient tissues of ice ages we can only imagine. The Greenland shark forces us to reconsider our relationship with deep time. While we measure our lives in decades, these creatures measure theirs in centuries. They've developed biological strategies so different from our warm-blooded, fast-paced existence that they seem more like visitors from another planet than fellow residents of Earth. As climate change rapidly alters Arctic ecosystems, these ancient survivors face unprecedented challenges. The ice-covered hunting grounds they've known for centuries are changing faster than ever in geological history. We're still trying to understand what they are, even as we may be watching the end of what they've always been. In the deep Arctic waters, they continue their slow dance through darkness, carrying secrets we're only beginning to imagine, living testaments to forms of existence we never knew were possible. Ominous outlines, the frilled shark, 300 million years. That's how long the frilled shark has prowled the ocean's depths, virtually unchanged, while entire continents shifted above and countless species rose and fell into extinction. When marine biologists first laid eyes on a living specimen in 2007, they weren't just looking at a rare deep-sea predator, they were staring into the face of evolutionary time itself. The frilled shark defies almost everything we understand about modern marine life. Its body undulates through the water with an eel-like grace that seems to mock the efficiency of more conventional predators. 6 gill slits flow along its throat like ancient gills, frilled and primitive, giving this creature its haunting name. While most sharks evolved streamlined bodies and efficient hunting strategies, the frilled shark remained frozen in time, carrying secrets from an ocean that existed before trees walked the earth. Dr. Mariko Kato was aboard the research vessel when that first living specimen was captured off the coast of Japan. She describes the moment with a mixture of reverence and unease. The creature's movements were hypnotic, she recalls, almost serpentine, as if it belonged to a different realm entirely. Its dark, primitive eyes seemed to hold the weight of geological ages, and when it opened its mouth, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth arranged in a pattern unlike any modern predator, the research team fell silent. What makes the frilled shark so unsettling isn't just its appearance, it's the questions it raises about the deep ocean itself. This creature thrives at depths where sunlight has never penetrated, in a world of crushing pressure and eternal darkness. Yet somehow, it has survived virtually unchanged while more advanced species struggled and adapted through millions of years of evolutionary pressure. How does something so primitive continue to thrive in the modern ocean's most challenging environment? The frilled shark's hunting strategy adds another layer to its mystery. Unlike the explosive attack patterns of great whites or the calculated stalking of tiger sharks, the frilled shark employs patience that spans not minutes or hours, but potentially days. It drifts through the deep water columns like a living shadow, its body coiled and ready to strike with lightning speed when prey finally wanders within range. Marine biologists have observed feeding behaviors that suggest this creature can remain motionless for extended periods, conserving energy in an environment where every calorie matters. But here's where the mystery deepens considerably. The frilled shark's reproductive cycle challenges our understanding of marine biology entirely. Females carry their young for up to 3.5 years, the longest gestation period of any vertebrate on Earth. During this time, the developing sharks cannibalize each other within the mother's body, ensuring only the strongest survive birth. It's a strategy so brutal and efficient that it seems designed for a world where survival depends not on adaptation, but on perfection of ancient techniques. Recent deep-sea surveys have revealed something even more intriguing. Frilled sharks aren't randomly distributed throughout the deep ocean. They seem to congregate around underwater geological features that have remained stable for millions of years, ancient volcanic ridges, deep trenches that haven't shifted since the continents were young. It's as if these creatures are tied to the ocean's oldest landmarks, living fossils inhabiting fossil landscapes beneath the waves. The creature's teeth tell their own evolutionary story. Each needle-sharp point curves backward, designed not just to pierce prey, but to prevent any escape once the strike connects. Under microscopic examination, these teeth reveal a structure that's remained unchanged for 300 million years. While other sharks evolved different dental patterns for different prey, the frilled shark's teeth suggest it has been hunting the same type of creatures since before the age of dinosaurs. What disturbs marine biologists most is how little we truly know about frilled shark populations. Every documented encounter feels like stumbling across a ghost. They surface from depths of 600 meters or more, usually in distress or illness, offering brief glimpses into their hidden world before disappearing back into the abyss. Some researchers estimate there might be thousands living in the deep ocean trenches. Others worry we're documenting the final members of a species that survived everything nature could inflict, only to face extinction in the modern era. The frilled shark's blood chemistry reveals another puzzle. It contains compounds that allow it to function efficiently in the crushing depths, while maintaining the flexibility to hunt in the water column above. These same compounds might hold keys to understanding how life first adapted to the deep ocean billions of years ago. Yet every attempt to study living specimens in laboratory conditions has failed. The frilled shark seems intrinsically tied to its ancient domain, unable to survive removal from the depths that shaped its existence. Late at night, when research vessels drift above the deepest trenches, crew members sometimes report strange sonar readings, elongated shapes moving with deliberate slowness through water too deep for conventional marine life. These readings match the frilled shark's distinctive body profile, but they occur at depths and in numbers that challenge everything we think we know about their habitat and population. The frilled shark forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth about our oceans. Beneath the familiar surface waters, in trenches deeper than mountains are tall, creatures from Earth's ancient past continue their eternal hunt. They move through darkness that has remained unchanged since before complex life existed on land, following instincts encoded in DNA that predates the evolution of consciousness itself. Each rare encounter reminds us that the deep ocean remains Earth's most alien environment. The frilled shark isn't just a survivor from prehistoric times, it's a living connection to an ocean that existed before ice ages, before flowering plants, before the first vertebrates crawled from sea to land. In its primitive grace and patient lethality, we glimpse not just marine biology, but deep time itself, flowing through water too dark for human eyes to penetrate. Velocity and silence. Ghostfish. The sonar sweep revealed something that shouldn't have been there. A perfect silhouette gliding through water so deep that sunlight had never touched it, moving with a velocity that defied every assumption marine biologists held about life in the abyss. Doctor, velocity, the abyss have found, velocity, wine biologists held about life in the abyss. Elena Vasquez was monitoring the deep-sea research vessel's instruments at 3,847 meters below the Pacific surface when the anomaly appeared. The creature registered on multiple sensors simultaneously. Thermal imaging caught its body heat, sonar tracked its movement, yet the high-definition cameras saw nothing, just empty water where something substantial should have been. This was humanity's first documented encounter with what researchers now call the ghostfish, a predator so perfectly adapted to its environment that it exists in a state of perpetual near-invisibility, even to our most sophisticated detection equipment. The ghostfish inhabits the bathypelagic zone, that realm of permanent darkness where pressure reaches crushing extremes and life takes forms that challenge our understanding of biology. At depths where most creatures move with the sluggish economy of energy conservation, these phantom hunters streak through the water column with startling speed, their bodies cutting through the dense liquid medium like knives through silk. What makes the ghostfish so unsettling isn't just its transparency, it's the intelligence behind its movement. Researchers studying recovered footage describe watching shadows that seem to think, predicting the movements of prey with an accuracy that suggests a level of cognitive processing rarely seen in deep-sea species. The creature's body appears to be constructed from living glass. Its tissues possess an almost supernatural translucency that renders it invisible from multiple angles simultaneously. Even when captured on thermal imaging, the ghostfish presents as a series of disconnected heat signatures, organs floating in apparent emptiness, a cardiovascular system that pulses through what looks like nothing at all. Marine biologist Dr. James Chen spent 18 months analyzing sonar data from the Mariana Trench before accepting what the evidence suggested. These creatures hunt in coordinated groups, employing strategies that require communication and planning. The acoustic signatures indicate they produce subsonic calls below the range of human hearing, vibrations that travel for miles through the deep ocean's acoustic layers. But here's where the mystery deepens. The ghostfish appears to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, or perhaps what we're observing isn't a single species at all, but several closely related creatures that share this remarkable adaptation. Sightings have been reported from the Puerto Rico Trench to the Japan Trench, separated by thousands of miles of ocean, yet the behavioral patterns remain consistent. The first extended observation came during a 2019 expedition to the Atacama Trench. The research team's remotely operated vehicle, encountered what appeared to be a hunting pack of 6 individuals. The footage, still classified by several marine research institutions, reportedly shows the creatures moving in perfect synchronization, their transparent forms creating ripples in the water that become visible only when viewed in specific light spectrums. What disturbs researchers most is the ghostfish's apparent awareness of human presence. Unlike most deep-sea creatures, which either ignore or flee from submersibles, these predators demonstrate curious behavior. They approach research vessels, circle them, almost as if evaluating the strange intruders in their domain. Dr. Sarah Kimoto, who led the Atacama expedition, describes watching a ghostfish hover motionless outside the submersible's viewing port for nearly 20 minutes. "It was studying us," she reported. "The way it moved, the deliberate positioning, this wasn't random behavior, it was intelligence at work." The creature's hunting technique defies conventional predator-prey dynamics. Rather than relying on ambush tactics typical of deep-sea hunters, ghostfish employ what researchers term cascade predation. They seem to create pressure waves that disorient their prey before moving in with surgical precision. The kill is swift, almost gentle, leaving no trace of struggle. Stomach content analysis from the few specimens recovered reveals a diet consisting primarily of deep-sea cephalopods and large crustaceans, creatures that themselves are formidable predators. The ghostfish, it appears, occupies an apex position in an ecosystem we're only beginning to understand. The most unsettling aspect of these encounters is their silence. Most predatory fish generate some acoustic signature during hunting: the rush of displaced water, the sound of powerful fins propelling them through their medium. Ghostfish move through water as if they were moving through vacuum, their passage marked only by the faintest thermal disturbance. Recent advances in quantum sensing technology have revealed something extraordinary about the ghostfish's tissue composition. Their cellular structure appears to manipulate light at the quantum level, not merely reflecting or absorbing photons, but actually bending them around their bodies. This isn't simple transparency, it's active camouflage that operates according to principles we're still struggling to comprehend. The implications extend beyond marine biology into materials science and physics. If we could understand and replicate the mechanisms behind the ghostfish's invisibility, the applications would revolutionize everything from optics to military technology. Yet perhaps the most profound mystery surrounding these creatures concerns their origins. DNA analysis suggests they diverged from known fish lineages much more recently than their extreme adaptations should allow. The evolutionary timeline doesn't add up. The ghostfish appears to have developed in mere thousands of years what should require millions. Some researchers theorize that these creatures represent an accelerated evolutionary response to changing deep-sea conditions. Others suggest we're encountering a species that has existed in isolation for so long that our current understanding of evolutionary timescales simply doesn't apply. As deep-sea exploration technology advances, we continue to encounter ghostfish in regions previously thought barren. They drift through the darkness of our planet's final frontier, silent witnesses to depths that remain largely unexplored. These phantom predators move through their world with a grace that seems almost supernatural, reminding us that even in our own oceans, mystery still reigns supreme. In the crushing darkness 3 miles beneath the surface, something elegant and terrifying glides through water thick as syrup, hunting with methods we can barely detect, existing in a state between presence and absence that challenges our most fundamental assumptions about life itself. Tectonic spectacles. The Pacific Barrel Eye. 3 miles beneath the Pacific surface, marine biologist Dr. Elena Rodriguez witnessed something that challenged every assumption about vertebrate anatomy. Through the porthole of her deep-sea submersible, she watched a fish whose transparent skull revealed a brain floating in clear fluid, its tubular eyes rotating independently like living periscopes scanning the eternal darkness above. The Pacific Barrel Eye defies conventional understanding of how vision should work in the deep ocean. Most creatures at these crushing depths have either abandoned sight entirely or developed massive forward-facing eyes to capture the faintest traces of bioluminescent light. But Macropinna microstoma chose a different evolutionary path entirely. This ethereal fish, no longer than 6 inches, possesses what researchers call the most sophisticated visual system ever documented in the deep sea. Its eyes aren't fixed in their sockets like ours. Instead, they sit within a transparent, fluid-filled dome that comprises the front of its skull. Through this living observatory, the barreleye can rotate its tubular eyes upward to spot the silhouettes of prey against the faint light filtering down from above, then swivel them forward to guide feeding. The mechanics seem impossible. The transparent tissue forming this biological window is strong enough to withstand pressures that would instantly crush human lungs, yet clear enough to provide unobstructed vision in multiple directions. Marine engineers studying the barreleye's skull structure have found inspiration for developing new underwater viewing systems, but replicating nature's solution remains beyond current technology. Dr. Rodriguez's encounter wasn't the first time science had glimpsed this creature. The Pacific barreleye was originally discovered in 1939, but for 70 years, every specimen brought to the surface arrived damaged. The transparent dome would collapse during ascent, leaving researchers with only fragmented evidence of the fish's true nature. Early scientific illustrations depicted the barreleye with conventional eyes, missing entirely the creature's most extraordinary adaptation. The breakthrough came in 2004, when the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute developed remotely operated vehicles capable of filming the barreleye in its natural habitat. The first clear footage revealed what damaged specimens had hidden for decades. The fish that science thought it knew was actually something far more remarkable. Living between 2,000 and 2,600 feet below the surface, Pacific barreleyes inhabit a realm called the bathypelagic zone, where sunlight has never penetrated. Here, in temperatures barely above freezing, they hover motionless for hours, their upward-facing eyes scanning for the bioluminescent flashes of jellies and other transparent prey drifting overhead. Their hunting strategy requires extraordinary patience. Rather than actively pursuing food, barreleyes position themselves beneath siphonophore colonies, long, string-like creatures that can stretch for hundreds of feet through the water column. These colonies create what researchers describe as underwater cities of light, with different specialized segments producing distinct bioluminescent patterns. The barreleye's transparent skull allows it to track multiple light sources simultaneously while remaining perfectly still. Any sudden movement in this environment would create pressure waves that alert potential prey to danger. Instead, these fish practice a form of predation that borders on the meditative, waiting for the precise moment when a nutritious morsel drifts within striking range. But the barreleye's visual system serves another crucial function. In the deep ocean, bioluminescent displays often signal danger rather than food. Many creatures use light as a defense mechanism, creating brilliant flashes or patterns designed to startle predators. The barreleye's 360-degree visual awareness allows it to distinguish between the gentle glow of potential prey and the warning signals of creatures best avoided. Recent studies have revealed that the fluid inside the barreleye's transparent dome isn't simply a protective medium. It contains specialized proteins that may enhance light sensitivity, effectively turning the entire skull cavity into a biological telescope. Some researchers theorize that this fluid can be adjusted to change the refractive properties of the dome, allowing the fish to fine-tune its vision for different types of prey or predators. The discovery has raised profound questions about sensory evolution in extreme environments. If creatures like the Pacific barreleye develop such sophisticated visual systems in near-total darkness, what other remarkable adaptations might exist in Earth's least explored ecosystems? Marine biologists studying barreleye behavior have noticed something particularly intriguing about their distribution patterns. These fish aren't randomly scattered across the deep Pacific. Instead, they appear to concentrate in areas where underwater topography creates specific current patterns. Mountain ranges on the ocean floor channel nutrient-rich water upward, creating feeding opportunities that barreleyes seem capable of predicting and exploiting. This suggests an intelligence and environmental awareness that researchers are only beginning to understand. The barreleye's transparent skull may be just the most visible part of a sensory system that includes capabilities we haven't yet recognized. Some scientists speculate that these fish can detect minute pressure changes that indicate the approach of prey from distances measured in city blocks. The Pacific barreleye represents something profound about life's adaptability. In an environment where most organisms have simplified their sensory systems to survive, this remarkable fish developed vision that surpasses anything found in sunlit waters. Its transparent skull isn't just an adaptation, it's an innovation that challenges our understanding of what's possible in biological design. Each time researchers encounter a barreleye in the deep Pacific, they're reminded that Earth's oceans hold countless secrets. These fish, hovering silently in their transparent observatories, suggest that the deep sea isn't a barren wasteland, but a realm where evolution has crafted solutions to problems we're still learning to appreciate. In the crushing darkness 3 miles down, the Pacific barrel eye continues its patient vigil, its revolutionary eyes scanning upward toward a surface it will never see, a living testament to the extraordinary creativity of life in Earth's most challenging environments. Nocturnal light. Deep-sea spiderfish, 3 miles beneath the Pacific surface. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez encountered something that challenged her understanding of deep-sea adaptation. Her remotely operated vehicle's cameras captured a fish that seemed to manufacture its own daylight in the eternal midnight of the abyssal zone. The spiderfish, she observed, didn't simply carry bioluminescent patches like most deep-sea creatures. This animal appeared to radiate light from within its very tissues, creating an ethereal glow that transformed the surrounding water into something resembling liquid starlight. What troubled Dr. Vasquez wasn't just the intensity of this illumination, but how it seemed to pulse with intentional patterns that defied everything science understood about deep-sea communication. Her footage revealed a creature barely 6 inches long, with translucent skin that revealed an intricate network of what appeared to be biological fiber optics. These luminous pathways branched throughout its body like a living constellation, conducting light with an efficiency that surpassed many human-engineered systems. The spiderfish's name derives from these thread-like light channels, but calling them simple fishing lines vastly understates their sophistication. Traditional deep-sea predators use bioluminescence as bait, dangling glowing lures to attract prey in the darkness. The spiderfish operates on an entirely different principle. Rather than waiting for victims to approach, it creates zones of artificial illumination that extend far beyond its physical form. These light fields appear to confuse the spatial orientation of potential prey, making smaller fish swim directly toward the spiderfish's mouth, while believing they're moving away from danger. Dr. Marcus Chen, a specialist in marine optics at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, spent 18 months analyzing Dr. Vasquez's recordings. His findings suggested the spiderfish possesses what he termed holographic predation capabilities. The creature doesn't simply glow. It projects complex light patterns that create optical illusions in 3-dimensional space, effectively constructing phantom environments that exist only in the perception of other organisms. Chen's team discovered that the spiderfish can modulate different wavelengths of light independently, creating what appears to be a sophisticated form of photonic manipulation. Blue lights pulse at frequencies that attract certain species of deep-sea crustaceans. Green emissions seem to pacify territorial fish that might otherwise pose a threat. Red wavelengths, barely visible in deep water, appear to serve a communication function between spiderfish specimens. The most unsettling aspect of these findings emerged when researchers realized the spiderfish were coordinating their light displays across vast distances. Individual specimens, separated by miles of open ocean, exhibited synchronized luminescent patterns, suggesting either unprecedented sensory capabilities or some form of collective intelligence that science cannot yet explain. In 2019, a research vessel operating near the Mariana Trench documented what appeared to be a gathering of over 40 spiderfish engaged in a coordinated light display. The event lasted for 17 minutes, during which the creatures created geometric patterns of illumination that resembled nothing so much as an underwater aurora. The synchronization was so precise that researchers initially suspected their equipment was malfunctioning. Dr. Sarah Melbourne, who led the Mariana expedition, reported that other deep-sea species seemed drawn to these mass displays. Giant isopods, normally solitary creatures, approached in groups. Colonies of deep-sea bacteria began glowing in response, creating chains of bioluminescence that extended for hundreds of meters in all directions. The spiderfish appeared to be conducting some form of ecosystem-wide communication event. What makes this phenomenon particularly mysterious is the energy cost involved. Bioluminescence requires significant metabolic resources in an environment where food is scarce. For a small fish to maintain constant, high-intensity light production, while also powering complex pattern generation, suggests either an unknown energy source or biological efficiency that challenges fundamental assumptions about deep-sea survival strategies. Research conducted at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute revealed that spiderfish tissue contains previously unknown types of luciferin compounds. These are the chemical substances that produce bioluminescent reactions in marine organisms. However, the spiderfish variants demonstrated stability and efficiency rates that exceeded any naturally occurring luciferin previously documented. Dr. Jennifer Walsh, the Institute's lead biochemist, found that spiderfish luciferin maintains its luminescent properties under conditions that would destroy similar compounds in other organisms. Temperature variations, pressure changes, and chemical interactions that typically degrade bioluminescent molecules seem to enhance the spiderfish's light production rather than diminish it. Perhaps more intriguing, laboratory analysis suggested these luciferin compounds might be artificially enhanced or modified in some way. The molecular structure contains elements organized in patterns that seem almost deliberately engineered for maximum light output and minimal energy expenditure. Walsh's team could find no evolutionary pathway that would naturally produce such sophisticated biochemical architecture. The spiderfish's hunting behavior adds another layer to the mystery. Unlike most predators that rely on speed, stealth, or overwhelming force, the spiderfish appears to use its light displays to induce behavioral changes in prey species. Fish that encounter spiderfish illumination often exhibit what researchers describe as voluntary approach syndrome, swimming directly toward their predator without apparent distress or awareness of danger. Neurological studies of fish that survived spiderfish encounters revealed alterations in brain chemistry that persisted for weeks after exposure. These changes affected spatial orientation, threat recognition, and decision-making processes. The implications suggest the spiderfish's light displays might influence neural function in other organisms through mechanisms that remain completely unknown to science. Recent deep-sea surveys have documented spiderfish populations expanding into ocean regions where they've never been observed before. These migrations don't follow typical patterns related to food availability or breeding cycles. Instead, the creatures appear to be establishing territories in areas of unusual geological activity, particularly near underwater volcanic vents and areas of seafloor spreading. This correlation between spiderfish presence and geological activity has led some researchers to speculate about connections between the creature's unique luminescent abilities and geothermal energy sources. The hypothesis suggests these fish might be accessing and converting geological energy forms that other organisms cannot utilize. As submersible technology continues to reveal new depths of our oceans, the spiderfish remains one of the most enigmatic discoveries in recent marine biology. Each observation raises more questions than it answers, painting a picture of creatures whose capabilities seem to transcend the normal boundaries of biological possibility. In the deepest waters of our planet, where pressure crushes and darkness reigns absolute, the spiderfish continues to weave its patterns of impossible light, conducting symphonies we cannot hear and pursuing purposes we cannot fathom. Synesthetic drifters, sea cucumbers. When marine biologists first brought ancient sea cucumber fossils to laboratories in the 1980s, they made a discovery that challenged everything they thought they knew about evolutionary timelines. These creatures had remained virtually unchanged for over 400 million years, drifting across ocean floors with the same deliberate grace they exhibit today. Yet despite this seeming simplicity, modern science still struggles to explain how they accomplish feats of biological engineering that our most advanced technologies cannot replicate. In the deepest trenches of our oceans, where pressure would crush human bones like breadcrumbs and darkness swallows even the memory of sunlight, sea cucumbers move with a patience that borders on the mystical. They are the ocean's quiet alchemists, transforming death into life with each unhurried movement across the abyssal plains. Their bodies, soft as velvet and surprisingly resilient, house biological processes that marine scientists describe in almost reverential terms. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 3 years studying deep-sea holothurians off the coast of Chile, using remote-operated vehicles to observe their behavior at depths exceeding 4,000 meters. What she witnessed challenged conventional understanding of how complex ecosystems function in environments devoid of photosynthesis. These creatures weren't simply surviving in the deep, they were orchestrating an entire underground economy of nutrients that supports life forms. Science is only beginning to catalog. The feeding mechanism alone defies easy categorization. Sea cucumbers extend feeding tentacles that sweep the sea floor with methodical precision, gathering organic particles, microscopic organisms, and sediment into their bodies. But calling this process feeding undersells what's actually occurring. They're processing the ocean floor itself, filtering essential nutrients from what appears to be barren sand and silt, then redistributing these life-sustaining compounds back into their environment through specialized waste products that other deep-sea creatures depend upon for survival. Recent biochemical analysis reveals that some deep-sea species can extract viable nutrients from sediment particles that have been recycled through the marine food web dozens of times. They're essentially mining nutrition from what other organisms have discarded as worthless, transforming biological waste into compounds that fuel entire communities of tube worms, bacteria, and other bottom-dwelling creatures. This process operates with an efficiency that modern recycling technology cannot match. But perhaps the most puzzling aspect of sea cucumber biology involves their response to environmental stress. When threatened or damaged, many species can perform what researchers term evisceration, literally expelling their internal organs through either their mouth or anus, leaving these vital structures floating in the water while they regenerate completely new ones. This isn't simply survival adaptation, it's biological resurrection performed with casual indifference. Marine biologist Dr. James Chen documented one specimen that regenerated its entire digestive system, respiratory organs, and reproductive structures within 8 weeks after evisceration. The discarded organs, meanwhile, continued to function independently for several days, creating what Chen described as 2 separate life forms from one original creature. This phenomenon challenges fundamental assumptions about individual identity and biological continuity. Temperature readings from deep-sea monitoring stations reveal another inexplicable characteristic. In environments where water temperatures remain constant within fractions of degrees, sea cucumbers somehow maintain internal thermal regulation that varies independently of their surroundings. Thermal imaging shows patterns of heat generation and distribution throughout their bodies that don't correlate with known metabolic processes. Some specimens display internal temperature variations of several degrees, creating warm zones that attract smaller organisms seeking refuge from the perpetual cold of the deep ocean. The implications extend beyond biology into questions that border on the philosophical. If creatures this ancient have remained essentially unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, what does that suggest about evolutionary pressure and adaptation? These organisms witnessed the rise and fall of countless species, survived mass extinction events that eliminated 90% of marine life, and continue to thrive in environments that would be instantly lethal to most other forms of life. Their reproductive strategies add another layer of mystery. Some deep-sea species demonstrate synchronized spawning across vast distances, releasing eggs and sperm simultaneously despite being separated by hundreds of miles of ocean floor. No known communication method could coordinate such behavior across these distances, yet deep-sea monitoring equipment consistently records these synchronized events. The timing appears to correlate with subtle changes in water chemistry that occur on cycles lasting multiple years. Perhaps most remarkably, sea cucumbers appear to predict environmental changes before sensitive monitoring equipment detects them. Research stations have documented mass movements of sea cucumber populations weeks before underwater volcanic activity, changes in deep ocean currents, or shifts in water chemistry that wouldn't register on instruments for days or even weeks afterward. They're responding to environmental cues that human science cannot yet measure or understand. Their bodies contain compounds that pharmaceutical researchers describe as unlike anything found in terrestrial organisms. Some species produce anticoagulants more effective than any synthetic blood thinner, while others generate antimicrobial substances that remain active in conditions where conventional antibiotics fail completely. These compounds apparently serve no defensive purpose for the sea cucumbers themselves, raising questions about why such sophisticated biochemistry evolved in creatures with virtually no natural predators. In the absolute silence of the deep ocean, sea cucumbers continue their ancient work, processing the detritus of ages into the foundation for new life. They move through darkness with purpose that transcends simple survival, participating in cycles of renewal and transformation that operate on timescales human consciousness struggles to comprehend. Their existence suggests that life itself might be far stranger and more resilient than our current scientific frameworks can fully explain. These gentle architects of the abyss drift through their eternal twilight, carrying secrets encoded in biology that predates complex life on land. They remain, as they have for hundreds of millions of years, living mysteries wrapped in soft flesh, transforming the ocean floor one patient movement at a time. Fiery coalesce, red handfish. In the shadowed waters off Tasmania's southern coast, marine biologists discovered something that shouldn't exist according to conventional evolutionary theory. A fish that walks, not swims through coral, not glides along the bottom, but methodically places one fin in front of the other, with the deliberate gait of a land animal that has never known land. The red handfish moves through its underwater world with an unsettling familiarity, as if rehearsing for a stage it will never reach. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered these creatures during a routine survey dive in 2019. What struck her wasn't their rarity. Though with fewer than 100 individuals known to science, they rank among Earth's most endangered marine species. What disturbed her was their behavior. She watched one specimen navigate a patch of kelp forest, and for a moment, her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. The fish moved like her daughter, taking her first tentative steps across their living room floor. The red handfish's modified pectoral fins function as perfect analogs to hands and arms. Each digit, for they are digits, not fin rays, articulates independently. The creature grasps seaweed fronds, pushes off rocky surfaces, and manipulates objects with a dexterity that challenges everything we understand about the separation between aquatic and terrestrial life. Traditional evolutionary models suggest a clear progression from sea to land, from swimming to crawling to walking, fins gradually modified over millions of years, developing into primitive limbs, then into the complex appendages we see in land vertebrates. The red handfish appears to have skipped several steps in this process, developing sophisticated manual dexterity while remaining fully aquatic. Professor James Macready from the University of Tasmania Marine Institute has spent the last 4 years attempting to decode the red handfish's locomotor patterns. His underwater cameras capture something extraordinary. These fish exhibit right and left-handedness preferences, just like humans. Some individuals consistently lead with their right pectoral fin when initiating movement. Others show distinct left-hand dominance. The implications ripple through marine biology like tremors through still water. Handedness, lateralization, was considered a hallmark of advanced neural development. It appears in primates, in some bird species, in a handful of highly intelligent mammals. Its presence in a fish suggests cognitive complexity that shouldn't exist at this evolutionary juncture. The red handfish's brain, roughly the size of a pinhead, somehow coordinates fine motor control that rivals much more complex organisms. Recent genetic analysis reveals another unsettling detail. The red handfish's DNA contains sequences that correspond to limb development genes found in tetrapods, four-limbed vertebrates that made the transition to land hundreds of millions of years ago. These genes remain active, expressing proteins that guide the formation and function of the creature's hand-like fins. The question haunts researchers: are these fish evolutionary throwbacks, carrying genetic memories of an ancient terrestrial ancestor? Or are they evolutionary previews, developing adaptations for a future transition that may never come? Dr. Vasquez's team documented red handfish using their modified fins for remarkably sophisticated behaviors. They've observed individuals weaving seagrass into primitive shelter structures. They've recorded instances of tool use, red handfish manipulating small shells and pebbles to uncover buried prey. One particularly intriguing observation involved a female using her fins to carefully arrange her eggs in a pattern that seemed to optimize water flow and protection. The creatures inhabit the liminal space where Derwent River meets Storm Bay, in waters barely 12 feet deep. Their habitat exists at the interface between fresh and salt water, between the known and unknown, between what marine life should be and what it is becoming. The brackish environment creates unique evolutionary pressures that may have triggered their unusual adaptations. Conservationists face a profound dilemma. The red handfish's entire known population lives within an area smaller than a tennis court. Climate change, pollution, and coastal development threaten their microscopic habitat. But protecting them requires understanding them, and understanding them proves increasingly elusive. Marine biologist Dr. Sarah Chen spent 6 months living on a research vessel anchored above the primary red handfish colony. Her detailed behavioral notes read like field observations of an alien species. The fish exhibit social structures that suggest rudimentary communication. They gather in small groups during certain tidal phases, touching fins in patterns that appear deliberate rather than accidental. Chen documented instances of what can only be described as play behavior. Juvenile red handfish engage with floating debris, manipulating objects without apparent purpose beyond exploration. They pass items between individuals, a behavior that suggests both curiosity and social learning capabilities. The red handfish's reproductive cycle adds another layer to the mystery. Unlike most fish species that release eggs and sperm into open water, red handfish engage in what researchers term assisted fertilization. Males use their hand-like fins to guide females during spawning, ensuring precise egg placement and fertilization rates approaching 100%. This level of reproductive sophistication appears nowhere else in their taxonomic family. It suggests rapid evolutionary adaptation occurring within recent geological time, perhaps within the last few thousand years rather than millions. Genetic drift analysis indicates the red handfish population has been isolated for millennia, developing in complete separation from related species. This isolation may have accelerated their unusual evolutionary trajectory, allowing radical adaptations to emerge without being diluted by genetic mixing with more conventional relatives. The fish challenge our understanding of evolutionary constraints and possibilities. They represent a living experiment in adaptation, developing solutions to environmental pressures through mechanisms that blur the boundaries between different evolutionary paths. As Tasmania's coastal waters warm and acidify, the red handfish's future remains uncertain. Their specialized habitat requirements make them particularly vulnerable to environmental changes. Yet their remarkable adaptability suggests they might possess hidden resilience that could surprise researchers. Each red handfish carries within its modified fins and unique neural architecture questions about the nature of evolution itself. They remind us that the boundary between sea and land, between swimming and walking, between simple and complex, remains more fluid than we ever imagined. In the quiet depths where they make their improbable home, these creatures continue their ancient dance between what was and what might yet be. Connection in isolation. Jellynose fish. In 1995, marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez pulled something from the depths off the California coast that shouldn't have existed. The specimen in her nets defied every taxonomy chart, every evolutionary timeline her team had mapped. What they caught was a jellynose fish, a creature so ancient, so perfectly adapted to isolation, that it seemed to exist outside the normal flow of biological time. The jellynose fish belongs to a family that has drifted through our oceans for over 100 million years, virtually unchanged. While dinosaurs rose and fell, while continents shifted, and ice ages carved new coastlines, these enigmatic fish maintain their ghostly presence in the deepest reaches of our seas. They are living fossils, but fossils that breathe, hunt, and reproduce in places where sunlight has never touched. Dr. Vasquez's encounter marked the beginning of a decades-long puzzle that marine science is still attempting to solve. The jellynose fish, technically known as a teleopodiforms, represents one of the most mysterious vertebrate lineages on Earth. Despite their ancient heritage, we know remarkably little about how they live, how they survive, or why they've remained so perfectly suited to the abyss, while countless other species evolved, adapted, or went extinct around them. What strikes researchers first is the jellynose fish's otherworldly appearance. Their bodies seem almost translucent, with flesh that appears gelatinous, almost ethereal. The characteristic that gives them their common name, a soft cartilaginous snout, serves purposes we can only theorize about. Some scientists believe this specialized nose helps them detect chemical gradients in the water, following invisible trails of nutrients or prey through the perpetual darkness. Others suggest it might be used for electrical detection, sensing the faint bioelectric fields generated by other deep-sea organisms. The isolation these fish inhabit is almost incomprehensible to surface dwellers. At depths between 500 and 3,000 meters, jellynose fish navigate a world where pressure could crush human bodies instantly, where temperatures hover just above freezing, and where food arrives not through any predictable cycle, but as occasional gifts drifting down from the distant surface world above. Yet somehow, these creatures have not just survived, they've thrived in this apparent wasteland. Research conducted by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution revealed something even more intriguing about jelly-nose fish behavior. Unlike many deep-sea species that cluster around hydrothermal vents or other sources of energy, jelly-nose fish seem to prefer the open abyssal plains, vast underwater deserts where life appears sparse and scattered. They've chosen the loneliest places in the loneliest environment on our planet, yet they persist with an almost stubborn determination. Dr. James Morrison, who has studied deep-sea fish ecology for over 30 years, describes encountering a jelly-nose fish during a submersible dive as profoundly moving. The creature appeared to hover motionless in the water column, its translucent body barely visible in the research lights. When the submersible approached, the fish didn't flee immediately like most deep-sea species. Instead, it seemed to regard the intrusion with what Morrison described as an ancient patience, as if it had seen countless disturbances come and go over millions of years and knew this too would pass. The reproductive habits of jelly-nose fish remain largely mysterious. Scientists have documented larvae in plankton samples, but the actual mating behaviors, spawning grounds, and early life stages remain hidden in the depths. What we do know suggests these fish may have evolved reproductive strategies completely unlike their shallow water relatives. Some species appear to be hermaphroditic, possibly changing sex based on environmental conditions or population density, an adaptation that makes sense in an environment where encountering another individual of your species might be extraordinarily rare. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that jelly-nose fish represent not just one evolutionary success story, but several parallel experiments in deep-sea adaptation. Different species within the family show remarkable diversity in their approaches to survival. Some have developed enlarged swim bladders that help them maintain neutral buoyancy in the crushing depths. Others have reduced their skeletal structure to such an extent that they seem more liquid than solid, able to compress and expand with pressure changes that would be fatal to other fish. The connection between ancient and modern becomes even more fascinating when we consider what jelly-nose fish eat. Stomach content analysis reveals a diet of small crustaceans, marine worms, and organic matter that has drifted down from the surface, the same basic food sources that sustained their ancestors millions of years ago. They are living proof that sometimes, evolutionary success comes not from innovation or adaptation, but from perfecting a simple formula and maintaining it across geological ages. Perhaps most remarkably, jelly-nose fish appear to have developed a form of metabolism that borders on suspended animation. Their heart rates are extraordinarily slow, their movements deliberate and economical. They seem to exist in a state between active life and dormancy, burning energy so efficiently that they can survive for extended periods between meals. This adaptation to scarcity has made them nearly immortal in evolutionary terms. The implications of studying jelly-nose fish extend far beyond marine biology. These creatures represent a direct link to environments and ecosystems that existed when our planet was fundamentally different. By understanding how they survived mass extinctions, climate changes, and oceanic upheavals, scientists hope to gain insights into life's resilience and the mechanisms that allow complex organisms to persist through catastrophic change. Yet even as technology advances and our deep-sea exploration capabilities improve, jelly-nose fish continue to guard their secrets. Each new discovery raises more questions than it answers. How do they navigate in total darkness? How do they locate mates across vast distances? What internal rhythms govern their lives in a place where day and night have no meaning? The jelly-nose fish reminds us that our planet still harbors mysteries that predate human civilization by incomprehensible spans of time. In the deepest places, where connection seems impossible and isolation absolute, life has found ways not just to endure, but to maintain its ancient patterns with a patience that defies our understanding of survival itself. Gentle ghosts, glass eels. In the rivers of Europe, something remarkable happens each spring that marine biologists still struggle to fully comprehend. Glass eels, translucent, ghostly creatures no thicker than a pencil, arrive in numbers that can reach into the millions, yet their journey to reach these waters remains one of the ocean's most guarded mysteries. These aren't the robust, serpentine eels we might picture lurking in rocky crevices. Glass eels exist in a state of almost supernatural transparency. Hold one up to light, and you can see straight through its body to the world beyond. Only their eyes, two dark pinpricks, and a thin line running down their spine betray their presence. They drift through the water like living crystal, barely distinguishable from the currents that carry them. What makes these creatures truly enigmatic isn't just their ethereal appearance, but the incredible odyssey they undertake to reach our shores. Every glass eel that arrives in European rivers began life thousands of miles away in the Sargasso Sea, a vast, mysterious region of the Atlantic where floating seaweed creates an underwater forest. This breeding ground, located somewhere between Bermuda and the Caribbean, remains largely inaccessible to researchers. The exact spawning sites have never been directly observed by human eyes. The journey these transparent travelers make spans not just continents, but years. After hatching in the Sargasso's depths, they drift as larvae for what scientists estimate to be anywhere from 1 to 3 years, riding the Gulf Stream and North Atlantic currents in a migration that covers nearly 4,000 miles. During this time, they remain in their larval form, flat, leaf-like creatures called leptocephali that look nothing like the eels they will become. As they approach the European coast, something extraordinary occurs. The larvae begin to transform, shrinking in length, while developing the cylindrical body shape we recognize as eel-like. Yet they retain their remarkable transparency, a feature that seems to serve them well as they navigate coastal waters where predators lurk in abundance. What troubles researchers is how these creatures navigate with such precision across vast ocean expanses. Glass eels arrive at river mouths with timing that suggests an almost supernatural awareness of geography and season. They appear to know exactly where they're going, yet they lack the sophisticated navigation systems we see in other long-distance migrants. Their brains are remarkably simple, their sensory organs basic. How they traverse thousands of miles of open ocean to reach specific river systems remains unexplained. Recent tracking studies have revealed another puzzling behavior. Glass eels don't simply ride passive currents, they actively swim, often moving against the flow when it suits their mysterious purposes. This requires enormous energy expenditure for creatures that barely feed during their journey. Their bodies seem to run on reserves accumulated during their larval stage, yet somehow they maintain the strength for directed swimming across oceanic distances. The transparency that defines these creatures presents its own biological puzzle. Achieving true translucency in a living organism requires extraordinary cellular adaptations. The glass eel's tissues must minimize light absorption while maintaining all the complex biochemical processes necessary for life. Their blood, their organs, even their skeletal structure, all must remain functionally invisible. This level of transparency is rare in nature and suggests evolutionary pressures we're only beginning to understand. When glass eels finally reach freshwater river systems, their behavior becomes even more mystifying. They congregate in massive numbers, sometimes forming writhing, transparent masses that can stretch for hundreds of meters. These aggregations occur with such intensity that the water itself seems to shimmer and move with an otherworldly quality. Local observers have described the phenomenon as watching liquid mercury come alive. Yet despite their numbers during these congregation events, glass eels have become increasingly rare. Population estimates suggest a decline of over 90% in recent decades, a collapse so dramatic that it's prompted international concern. The cause remains unclear. Climate change affects ocean currents they depend upon. Pollution might impact their transparent tissues differently than pigmented creatures. Dam construction blocks their river access, or perhaps something is happening in their mysterious Sargasso breeding grounds that we haven't detected. The glass eel's life cycle represents one of nature's most complex transformations. After spending years developing transparency as their defining survival trait, they eventually abandon it entirely. As they mature in freshwater systems, they gradually develop the yellow-brown pigmentation of adult eels. Their transparency, maintained at great biological cost throughout their epic migration, disappears as they transition to a sedentary life in rivers and lakes. This transformation raises profound questions about the purpose of their transparency. If adult eels thrive without it, why invest so much evolutionary energy in achieving perfect translucency during their juvenile phase? The answer seems tied to their incredible journey and the specific challenges of crossing ocean basins as small, vulnerable creatures. Some researchers propose that glass eels represent a living fossil, a glimpse into ancient migration patterns that persist despite massive changes in ocean conditions. Their transparent bodies might be evolutionary echoes of a time when ocean chemistry and current patterns differed significantly from today. They continue following routes and exhibiting behaviors adapted to an oceanic environment that no longer exists in its original form. The mystery deepens when we consider that American eels, close relatives that also spawn in the Sargasso Sea, navigate to completely different river systems along the North American coast. How do larvae from the same breeding area end up on opposite sides of the Atlantic? The precision of this geographic sorting occurs in open ocean, with no obvious landmarks or boundaries to guide their choices. Perhaps most remarkably, no one has ever successfully bred European eels in captivity. Despite decades of research and significant commercial interest, the complete life cycle of these creatures remains beyond human control. We can observe glass eels, track their movements, analyze their biology, but we cannot replicate the mysterious processes that create them. In the space between transparency and opacity, between known and unknown, glass eels continue their ancient journeys. They drift through our understanding like living questions, carrying secrets from the deep ocean's most remote regions to the familiar waters of home. Hypnagogic mirrors, the opah fish. Marine biologists studying thermal regulation in 2015 made a discovery that rewrote textbooks overnight. Deep in the Pacific, they encountered a fish that should not exist according to everything science understood about cold-blooded vertebrates. The opah, with its silver flanks painted in crimson and gold, was maintaining a body temperature warmer than the frigid waters surrounding it. Dr. Nicholas Wegner still remembers the moment he first analyzed the tissue samples. The data suggested something impossible: a fish generating its own heat through specialized muscle architecture. Not just temporary warmth from muscle contractions, but sustained internal heating that defied the fundamental rule separating fish from mammals and birds. The opah drifts through depths where sunlight becomes memory, typically between 150 and 1,300 feet below the surface. Its body spans nearly 6 feet across, a living mandala of metallic silver, bordered by fins the color of fresh blood. Those crimson pectorals beat constantly, steady as a metronome, creating the very phenomenon that makes this creature an anomaly. Traditional fish operate as thermal mirrors of their environment. Drop them into 40-degree water, and their bodies match that temperature within minutes. This fundamental characteristic has shaped marine ecosystems for millions of years. Cold water slows neural responses, muscle contractions, and metabolic processes. It's the reason most deep-sea fish move with languid precision, conserving energy in their refrigerated world. The opah breaks this ancient contract. Beneath its shimmering skin lies a vascular network that functions like a biological heat exchanger. Warm arterial blood flowing toward the gills passes directly alongside cold venous blood returning from those same gills. The proximity allows heat transfer between the vessels, preventing the creature's internal warmth from dissipating into the ocean. Scientists call this countercurrent heat exchange, and while it exists in some sharks' muscles and tuna's swimming apparatus, no fish had ever been found using it for whole-body temperature regulation. Wegner's team discovered the opah maintains its core temperature roughly 9 degrees Fahrenheit above the surrounding water. That margin transforms everything about how this animal lives. Its muscles fire faster, its reactions sharpen, its metabolism accelerates. In the deep ocean's slow-motion theater, the opah moves like footage played at double speed. This thermal advantage manifests in hunting behaviors that seemed impossible before researchers understood the creature's secret. Opah dive rapidly between thermal layers, their warm bodies unaffected by temperature changes that would shock other fish into sluggishness. They pursue swift prey through vertical migrations spanning hundreds of feet, maintaining their reflexes while their targets grow increasingly lethargic in the colder depths. The evolutionary path toward this adaptation remains mysterious. Genetic analysis suggests opah diverged from their closest relatives approximately 40 million years ago. Developing their unique thermodynamics through selective pressures scientists are still attempting to understand. The fossil record provides few clues about intermediate stages in this transformation. Commercial fishermen have encountered OPA for decades without recognizing their biological significance. The fish appear in nets as accidental catches, their unusual coloration earning them names like moonfish or kingfish. Their flesh, unusually for deep-sea species, carries a warm red color rather than the pale white typical of cold-water fish. This pigmentation now makes sense. Active, warm mussels require rich blood flow. What troubles researchers is how recently this discovery occurred. OPA aren't particularly rare or elusive. They inhabit waters off California, Hawaii, and other heavily studied marine regions, yet their warm-blooded nature escaped detection until sophisticated thermal imaging and tissue analysis techniques revealed their secret. It raises uncomfortable questions about what other fundamental assumptions about marine life might be incorrect. The thermodynamics create cascading mysteries. How do OPA regulate their heat production to avoid overheating during intense activity? Their gill structure suggests they can adjust blood flow to modulate temperature, but the precise mechanisms remain unclear. Some specimens show temperature variations between different body regions, indicating sophisticated thermal management systems. Dr. Orit Grish, studying OPA metabolism at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has identified cellular adaptations that support their elevated body temperature. Their muscle fibers contain unusually high concentrations of mitochondria, the cellular powerhouses that generate energy and heat. But these same adaptations should theoretically make the fish vulnerable to oxygen debt in the deep ocean's low-oxygen environment. Yet OPA thrive in these conditions, suggesting additional physiological modifications that haven't been fully cataloged. Their blood chemistry, respiratory efficiency, and waste processing systems all appear optimized for high-performance operation in an environment where such energy expenditure should be fatal. The discovery has implications extending far beyond marine biology. Biomimetic engineers study the OPA's heat exchange system for applications in human technology. Their vascular arrangement could inspire more efficient heat recovery systems in industrial processes or underwater vehicles. The fish essentially solved an engineering challenge that human designers struggle with, maintaining operational temperature in extreme environments while minimizing energy waste. Recent expeditions have documented OPA displaying behaviors that their warm-blooded metabolism might explain. Underwater cameras capture them accelerating with sudden bursts of speed, executing precise maneuvers that cold-blooded fish typically cannot achieve. They appear to hunt cooperatively, coordinating movements in ways that suggest enhanced neural processing. Some researchers propose that OPA represent an evolutionary experiment, a glimpse at what fish might become given different selective pressures. Their success in deep-water environments demonstrates that warm-blooded marine vertebrates could flourish if the metabolic costs could be managed. Climate change and shifting ocean temperatures might favor such adaptations in the future. The creature drifts through Pacific twilight zones, a living furnace wrapped in scales, carrying evolutionary secrets in its crimson fins. Each beat of those wing-like pectorals generates heat that defies millions of years of marine biology doctrine. The OPA swims with the confidence of an animal that has solved problems other fish didn't know existed. In the laboratory, tissue samples continue revealing new mysteries. The more scientists examine this fish, the more questions emerge about thermal regulation, metabolic evolution, and the hidden possibilities swimming through Earth's oceans. Two faces of light, box jellyfish. When marine biologist Dr. Rachel Morrison first encountered one drifting through the crystal waters off northern Australia in 2019, she described the moment as watching liquid starlight move through darkness. The creature before her seemed crafted from glass and moonbeams, its translucent bell pulsing with an otherworldly grace that made her forget, for just a moment, that she was staring at one of the ocean's most lethal inhabitants. The box jellyfish exists as nature's perfect contradiction. Each specimen carries within its ethereal form enough venom to kill 60 adult humans within minutes, yet their beauty remains so profound that seasoned researchers find themselves mesmerized by their ghostly ballet through the water. It's this duality that has puzzled scientists for decades, how something so devastatingly dangerous can appear so hauntingly beautiful. Dr. Morrison's encounter wasn't unique in its emotional complexity. Marine researchers consistently report the same conflicted response when face-to-face with Chironex fleckeri. The creature's bell, nearly transparent and shimmering with an internal luminescence, creates patterns that shift and flow like living crystal. Trailing beneath are tentacles that can extend 15 feet, each one containing millions of nematocysts, microscopic harpoons loaded with neurotoxin, powerful enough to stop a human heart in 3 minutes. What disturbs researchers most isn't the lethality itself, but the creature's apparent intelligence. Box jellyfish possess 24 eyes arranged in 4 clusters, giving them a 360-degree view of their surroundings. Unlike their mindless jellyfish cousins, they actively hunt, demonstrate learning behavior, and show complex navigation skills that suggest a level of cognition that challenges our understanding of invertebrate intelligence. Dr. Ken Winkle, director of the Australian Venom Research Unit, spent 15 years studying these creatures before admitting that their behavioral patterns defied conventional jellyfish biology. He documented instances of box jellyfish changing direction to avoid obstacles, a behavior that requires visual processing and decision-making capabilities. Other researchers have observed them actively pursuing prey with what can only be described as predatory intent. The venom itself represents another layer of the mystery. Each nematocyst contains a cocktail of toxins so sophisticated that pharmaceutical companies have spent millions trying to understand its mechanisms. The primary component attacks the cardiovascular system with surgical precision, while secondary compounds target the nervous system and cellular membranes simultaneously. Its biological warfare refined to an almost artistic level of efficiency. Yet for all their deadly perfection, box jellyfish remain remarkably fragile creatures. Their tissue is so delicate that even gentle water currents can damage them. They exist in a state of constant vulnerability, their survival depending on the very weapons that make them so feared. This fragility adds another dimension to their contradictory nature. Ultimate predators that could be destroyed by rough waves. The indigenous Yurraman people of northern Australia have known about these creatures for thousands of years, calling them the invisible death in their traditional languages. Their oral histories describe encounters that mirror modern scientific observations, including details about the jellyfish's hunting behavior and seasonal movements that Western science only confirmed in the past 2 decades. These traditional accounts speak of the creatures as spirits caught between 2 worlds, too beautiful for the realm of death, too deadly for the realm of life. Recent research has unveiled even more unsettling aspects of their biology. Box jellyfish demonstrate seasonal migration patterns that span hundreds of miles, yet individual specimens have been tracked returning to the exact same lagoons year after year. They possess an internal clock that governs their reproductive cycles with precision that rivals atomic timepieces. Their spawning behavior involves elaborate courtship rituals that suggest emotional complexity in creatures that supposedly lack centralized nervous systems. Dr. Lisa Ann Gershwin, a jellyfish expert who has spent her career studying cnidarians, describes her first encounter with a large box jellyfish as staring into the face of an angel that could kill you with a touch. She noted how the creature seemed to regard her with what appeared to be curiosity, its eyes tracking her movements while maintaining a respectful distance. The interaction lasted nearly 10 minutes, with both observer and observed engaged in what she could only describe as mutual recognition. The creature's transparency serves multiple purposes beyond camouflage. Their bell acts as a lens, focusing available light to enhance their vision in murky coastal waters. When threatened, they can alter the opacity of different body parts, creating a strobe effect that confuses predators and prey alike. This optical manipulation represents a level of biological engineering that human technology struggles to replicate. Perhaps most haunting are the accounts from survivors of box jellyfish encounters. Those who lived through the initial venom exposure describe experiencing vivid hallucinations during their recovery, often involving visions of underwater landscapes filled with geometric patterns that mirror the jellyfish's internal structure. Medical professionals attribute these experiences to neurotoxin effects, but the consistency of the reported visions has led some researchers to wonder if the venom contains compounds that affect human consciousness in ways we don't yet understand. The box jellyfish's relationship with light extends beyond their transparent bodies. They're most active during twilight hours, when the interplay of surface light and deep ocean darkness creates optimal hunting conditions. Underwater photographers who have captured them in their natural habitat describe how they seem to glow from within, as if powered by some internal luminescence that science hasn't yet identified. As climate change alters ocean temperatures and currents, box jellyfish populations are expanding their range, bringing their lethal beauty to waters where they've never been seen before. Marine biologists track their movements with a mixture of scientific fascination and growing concern, aware that each new sighting represents both a remarkable biological success story and a potential threat to human life. These creatures continue to embody nature's most profound paradox, the inseparable relationship between beauty and danger, fragility and lethality. They drift through our oceans as living reminders that the most beautiful things in nature often carry the deepest mysteries and sometimes the greatest risks. Ballet of Shadows, Sea Spider. Marine biologists at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution captured footage in 2019 that left them questioning fundamental assumptions about arthropod locomotion. 8 legs moved with a precision that defied their simple nervous system, creating patterns so intricate they resembled choreographed performance art more than biological necessity. The sea spider drifted across their cameras with movements that seemed to bend the very physics of underwater motion. Each step calculated, each gesture deliberate, as if guided by an intelligence that shouldn't exist within their primitive neural framework. Pycnogonids, as science calls them, belong to no familiar category. Not true spiders despite their name, not crustaceans despite their habitat, not insects despite their jointed legs. They exist in taxonomic isolation, a branch of the arthropod family tree, so ancient and divergent that their closest relatives remain a matter of scientific debate. 8 legs carry them through abyssal plains where sunlight has never penetrated, their movements creating shadows that dance against bioluminescent backdrops. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered these creatures during a deep-sea expedition off the coast of Antarctica. Her submersible's lights illuminated what she initially mistook for debris floating in the water column. Then the debris moved. 8 impossibly thin legs extended from a body no larger than a marble, each limb stretching nearly 20 times the length of their central mass. The proportions seemed wrong, defying basic engineering principles of structural stability. The creature moved with deliberate grace, each leg finding purchase on invisible currents, stepping through water as if it were solid ground. Vasquez watched for 47 minutes as the sea spider navigated between tube worms and bacterial mats, its movements creating ripples that caught and scattered the submersible's light beams. She described the experience as watching living calligraphy written against the darkness. What troubles researchers most profoundly isn't their unusual anatomy or their graceful locomotion. It's their complete indifference to conditions that should prove fatal. Sea spiders thrive in crushing depths where pressure would instantly collapse most terrestrial arthropods. They flourish in near-freezing temperatures that would render similar creatures catatonic. Some species have been discovered living directly on volcanic vents, their legs dancing through water, heated to temperatures that would cook most marine life. Their respiratory system presents another impossibility. Unlike other arthropods, sea spiders possess no specialized breathing apparatus. No gills, no book lungs, no tracheal system. They absorb oxygen directly through their exoskeleton, a method so inefficient it should limit them to microscopic sizes. Yet specimens have been discovered with leg spans exceeding 2 feet, their bodies supporting appendages that stretch across distances their breathing method cannot theoretically sustain. The largest specimen on record was retrieved from the Ross Sea in 2003, its leg span measuring 31 inches across. Marine biologists calculated that its surface area to volume ratio made conventional gas exchange impossible at that size. The creature should have suffocated under its own proportions, yet tissue samples revealed healthy, active cells throughout its extremities. Something about their physiology operates outside understood biological parameters. Their feeding behavior adds another layer of mystery. Sea spiders possess a proboscis, a tube-like appendage they use to pierce and drain other organisms. They insert this feeding apparatus into sponges, cnidarians and bryozoans, extracting fluids with surgical precision. The process resembles vampiric feeding more than conventional predation, yet they show no preference for blood or hemolymph. Instead, they seem to extract something else entirely, something that maintains their impossible physiology. Dr. James Morrison, from the Marine Biological Laboratory, has spent 15 years studying pycnogonid feeding behavior. His research reveals that sea spiders can sustain themselves on organisms that provide virtually no nutritional value to other predators. They thrive on prey that other marine arthropods reject as energetically worthless. Morrison's team discovered that sea spiders somehow extract usable energy from bacterial films and decaying organic matter, processing nutrients through pathways that remain completely unknown. Their reproduction defies conventional arthropod biology. Male sea spiders carry developing eggs on specialized legs, nurturing offspring through methods that blur the lines between paternal care and biological fusion. The eggs don't simply attach to the male's appendages, they integrate with his exoskeleton, sharing circulatory fluids and metabolic processes. Father and offspring exist in temporary biological unity, their life systems intertwined until hatching separates them. Recent genetic analysis has revealed anomalies that challenge fundamental assumptions about arthropod evolution. Sea spider DNA contains sequences that appear nowhere else in the animal kingdom, genetic material so unique that its origin remains completely unknown. Some sequences show no similarity to any known terrestrial organism, leading to speculation about horizontal gene transfer from unknown sources. Dr. Sarah Chen's team at the Scripps Institution published findings in 2021 that documented behavioral patterns suggesting complex social organization among certain sea spider populations. Deep-sea camera arrays recorded groups of 50 or more individuals moving in coordinated formations across abyssal plains. Their movements showed clear evidence of communication and collective decision-making, abilities that their simple nervous systems cannot theoretically support. The formations resembled underwater murmurations, fluid dynamic patterns that shifted and flowed while maintaining overall coherence. Individual sea spiders would break away from the group to investigate objects or food sources, then return to precise positions within the larger formation. Such behavior requires spatial awareness, memory, and communication abilities that exceed their known neurological capacity. Their relationship with deep-sea currents reveals another puzzling adaptation. Sea spiders demonstrate an uncanny ability to predict current changes hours before they occur. They position themselves in locations that will become optimal feeding or breeding sites once current patterns shift, suggesting sensory capabilities that extend far beyond their documented anatomy. Temperature measurements around sea spider populations show consistent microclimate variations that cannot be explained by known geological or biological processes. Water temperature within their immediate vicinity registers slightly warmer than surrounding areas, creating thermal signatures that follow no recognizable pattern. The source of this heat remains unknown. As bathyscaphe technology advances and deep-sea exploration intensifies, sea spiders continue revealing capabilities that expand the boundaries of known biology. They move through abyssal trenches like living shadows, their 8 legs weaving patterns that speak to intelligence we're only beginning to recognize. In the deepest reaches of our oceans, where pressure and darkness should limit life to its most primitive forms, these creatures dance with complexity that challenges everything we think we understand about the evolution of consciousness itself. Cloaked giants. The deep-sea red crab. In December 2019, a research submersible descended to 11,000 feet off the coast of Chile, expecting to document the usual sparse terrain of the deep ocean floor. What they found instead challenged everything marine biologists thought they knew about life in the planet's most hostile environments. Across the sea floor, moving with deliberate purpose through water so cold it should freeze most living tissue, were armies of massive red crabs, creatures that had no business surviving where they were found. These weren't the familiar crabs of shallow waters. Each specimen measured nearly 2 feet across, their shells glowing like embers against the eternal darkness. But size wasn't what left the research team speechless. It was their behavior. While most deep-sea creatures drift aimlessly or remain motionless to conserve energy, these giants moved with intention, following invisible pathways across the abyssal plains as if guided by some ancient map written in the ocean's memory. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the expedition's lead marine biologist, watched her monitors in silence as hundreds of these crimson wanderers marched past the submersible's cameras. Her notes from that dive, later published in the Journal of Deep Sea Research, described what she witnessed as a procession that seemed to exist outside of time itself. The crabs moved not in chaotic scattering, but in loose formations, maintaining distances from one another with mathematical precision. What makes their existence even more puzzling is the environment they call home. At depths where crushing pressure exceeds 300 times that at sea level, where temperatures hover just above freezing, and where no sunlight has penetrated for millions of years, these creatures thrive. Their bodies contain proteins that shouldn't function in such extreme cold, yet somehow they do. Marine chemists have analyzed tissue samples, searching for the antifreeze compounds that must exist in their blood, but the results defy explanation. The crab's blood chemistry appears almost identical to their shallow water cousins, creatures that would die within minutes in the deep ocean's embrace. Even stranger is their apparent longevity. Carbon dating of shell fragments suggests individual crabs may live for centuries, possibly millennia. If accurate, these creatures have been walking the ocean floor since before the construction of the pyramids, silent witnesses to geological epochs that dwarf human history. Their shells show growth patterns unlike any other crustacean, with rings that seem to correspond not to annual cycles, but to much longer temporal rhythms that scientists can't yet decode. The crab's migration routes present another enigma. Satellite tracking of deep-sea currents shows no correlation with the paths these creatures follow. They move across the seafloor in patterns that remain consistent across decades of observation, yet these routes serve no obvious biological purpose. They don't follow food sources, which are scarce and randomly distributed in the deep ocean. They don't migrate toward breeding grounds, as far as researchers can determine. They simply walk, following invisible highways that exist only in their collective memory. Dr. James Rothwell, a behavioral ecologist who has spent 15 years studying deep-sea life, describes their movement as eerily purposeful. In his research notes, he documents how the crabs navigate around obstacles that shouldn't be detectable in the complete darkness of their world. They avoid unstable sections of seafloor, circumvent areas of toxic volcanic venting, and somehow sense the approach of the massive landslides that occasionally reshape their terrain. This navigational ability operates through mechanisms that remain completely unknown to science. Perhaps most unsettling is their response to human presence. While most deep-sea creatures either flee from or ignore research equipment, these red giants display what can only be described as curiosity. Multiple expedition reports describe encounters where the crabs approach submersibles, seeming to study them with the same intensity that researchers direct toward the crabs themselves. They touch the vehicles with their claws, not aggressively, but with what appears to be investigative intent. During one particularly memorable dive in 2021, a research team watched as nearly 30 crabs surrounded their submersible, remaining motionless for over an hour. The creatures formed a perfect circle around the vehicle, each maintaining exactly the same distance from both the submersible and their neighboring crabs. When the submersible finally moved, the crabs parted to create a clear path, then reformed their circle once it had passed. The research team's cameras captured the entire encounter, but no one has been able to explain the behavior. The crabs' feeding habits add another layer to the mystery. Analysis of their stomach contents reveals a diet that should be impossible to sustain in the deep ocean's food-scarce environment. They consume not only the expected detritus that drifts down from surface waters, but also minerals directly absorbed from the seafloor itself. Their digestive systems process compounds that would be toxic to virtually any other known organism, converting heavy metals and sulfurous compounds into usable nutrition through biochemical pathways that exist nowhere else in nature. Recent genetic analysis has revealed perhaps the most startling discovery of all. The DNA of these deep-sea red crabs shows markers suggesting they've remained virtually unchanged for millions of years. While their surface-dwelling relatives have evolved through countless adaptations, these deep-sea wanderers appear to exist in a state of biological stasis, as if they found their perfect form eons ago and saw no reason to alter it. The implications stretch beyond marine biology into questions about life's ability to persist in Earth's most extreme environments. If creatures this complex can thrive in conditions that approximate those found on other worlds, what does that suggest about the possibilities for life throughout the universe? Some researchers privately speculate that these crabs represent not just adaptation to extreme conditions, but evolution towards something entirely different from terrestrial life as we understand it. As our deep-sea monitoring technology improves, we're discovering that these crimson giants are far more widespread than initially believed. They inhabit ocean trenches across the globe, from the Mariana to the Peru, Chile, always following their mysterious migration routes, always maintaining their enigmatic behaviors. They continue their ancient journeys through the darkness, carrying secrets that span geological ages, indifferent to our efforts to understand their purpose in the deep ocean's vast, cold silence. Resilient anchors, deep-sea anomalies. When marine biologists first encountered colonies of deep-sea anomalies thriving at crushing depths of 4,000 meters, clinging to volcanic vents where temperatures swing between freezing darkness and scalding mineral flows, they faced a biological contradiction that still challenges our understanding of life itself. These aren't the delicate flower-like creatures we recognize from tide pools. In the abyssal plains, anomalies transform into something far more alien and far more resilient. Their bodies stretch into impossible configurations, some reaching heights of 3 feet, their tentacles flowing like silk ribbons in the eternal current. Yet beneath this ethereal beauty lies a survival mechanism so sophisticated that researchers are only beginning to decode its mysteries. Dr. Patricia Hendricks spent 18 months analyzing tissue samples from anemones collected at the Mariana Trench. What she discovered defied conventional biology. These creatures possess cellular structures that shouldn't exist at such depths, where pressure exceeds 400 times that of sea level. Their tissues contain proteins that remain flexible under conditions that would crush most lifeforms into paste within seconds. The mystery deepens when we examine their anchoring systems. Unlike their shallow water cousins who attach to stable rock surfaces, deep-sea anemones have developed what scientists call mobile pedestals. They can detach and relocate across the sea floor, following chemical trails that lead to optimal feeding grounds. Time-lapse footage captured over several months reveals them moving in coordinated patterns, almost like a slow-motion migration that unfolds over weeks rather than days. But here's where the science becomes truly perplexing. These movements appear to follow geological events that haven't happened yet. In 2019, researchers documented an entire colony of tube anemones migrating away from a seemingly stable area of seafloor. 3 weeks later, an underwater landslide devastated the exact location they had abandoned. This has happened repeatedly, across different ocean basins, with different species. Marine geophysicist Dr. Alan Chen has been tracking these patterns for over a decade. His data suggests these creatures can detect minute changes in seafloor stability that our most sensitive instruments miss completely. They're reading the ocean floor like a book, he explains. Somehow they're processing information about tectonic stress, chemical gradients, and thermal flows that we can barely measure with million-dollar equipment. The implications go beyond simple survival instinct. These anemones appear to be connected to their environment in ways that challenge our understanding of consciousness itself. Individual specimens, separated by hundreds of meters, have been observed responding simultaneously to stimuli applied to just one member of the group. Remove one anemone from its colony, and the others begin producing different chemical signatures within hours. Dr. Sarah Nakamura's research team at the Scripps Institution has spent 5 years studying what they call collective decision-making in deep-sea anemone colonies. Using sophisticated audio equipment, they've detected low-frequency vibrations that travel through the sediment between individual anemones. These acoustic signals appear to carry information about food sources, potential threats, and environmental changes. The frequencies they use exist below the range of human hearing, in a spectrum that travels efficiently through water and seafloor sediment across vast distances. When one anemone detects prey, it generates specific vibration patterns that cause others in the colony to position themselves optimally for feeding. When predators approach, different signal patterns trigger coordinated defensive responses. What makes this communication system truly extraordinary is its sophistication. The vibrations aren't simple alarm calls or feeding signals. Analysis of recorded patterns reveals grammatical structures, recursive elements, and contextual variations that suggest something approaching language. Different colonies use distinct dialects, and young anemones learn communication patterns from their elders through a process that mirrors human language acquisition. Even more puzzling is their relationship with time itself. Deep-sea anemones live for centuries, possibly millennia. Carbon dating of specimens collected from hydrothermal vents suggests some individuals are over 800 years old, yet they show no signs of cellular aging. Their regenerative capabilities exceed those of any known organism. Damage a deep-sea anemone, and it doesn't just heal, it rebuilds itself with improvements, incorporating lessons learned from the injury into its new tissue structure. This adaptive rebuilding extends to environmental challenges as well. Anemones exposed to changing chemical conditions don't merely survive the new environment, they develop specialized organs specifically designed to thrive in those exact conditions. They're not evolving in the traditional sense, they're engineering themselves in real time, reshaping their biology to match their surroundings with a precision that appears almost intentional. The mystery deepens when we consider their role in deep-sea ecosystems. These anemones serve as living libraries, storing chemical information about their environment in their tissues. Analysis of their body chemistry reveals detailed records of ocean conditions spanning centuries. Their biological archives, recording data about temperature fluctuations, chemical changes, and even seismic events in their molecular structure. Recent discoveries have revealed that some species create chemical maps of their territory, releasing molecular markers that persist in the water for months. These chemical breadcrumbs create navigation networks that other deep-sea creatures follow, like underwater highways. Remove the anemones, and entire migration patterns collapse. Perhaps most intriguingly, deep-sea anemones appear to be actively terraforming their environment. They alter water chemistry, modify sediment composition, and even influence local current patterns through coordinated positioning of their colonies. They're not just surviving in the deep ocean, they're cultivating it, shaping it into something more suitable for life. As research continues, each answer reveals 10 new questions. How do these organisms process information without centralized nervous systems? What allows them to predict geological events? How do they coordinate behavior across vast distances without any apparent communication mechanism visible to our instruments? The deep-sea anemone represents something profound about life's tenacity and intelligence. In the darkest, most hostile environment on our planet, these creatures have not merely survived, they've created communities, developed languages, and built civilizations that may be far older and more sophisticated than anything we've yet imagined. In the crushing darkness of the abyss, they continue their silent work, anchored yet mobile, individual yet collective, writing stories in chemical languages we're only beginning to read. Ocean's arcane writers, the Dumbo squid. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered a Dumbo squid nearly 3 kilometers beneath the Pacific surface, she watched in silence as the creature performed what she could only describe as aquatic calligraphy. Its ear-like fins moved with such deliberate grace that she found herself wondering if this ancient cephalopod was trying to communicate something humanity had never learned to read. The Dumbo squid, scientifically known as Grimpoteuthis, inhabits depths where sunlight has never touched, yet it moves through absolute darkness with the confidence of an artist who knows every stroke matters. Unlike its more aggressive cousins, this deep-sea dweller glides through the abyssal plains with movements so fluid they seem choreographed by the ocean itself. Each gentle pulse of its fins creates currents that spiral outward like invisible ink, writing stories we're only beginning to glimpse. What makes these creatures particularly enigmatic is their apparent purposefulness in environments where survival typically demands nothing more than basic sustenance and reproduction. Dr. Vasquez has spent the better part of a decade studying deep-sea cephalopods, and she admits the Dumbo squid defies conventional understanding of deep-sea behavior. Where most abyssal creatures conserve every ounce of energy, these squids engage in what can only be described as play, or perhaps something far more complex. The morphology alone challenges our assumptions about deep-sea adaptation. While pressure at these depths would crush most surface life instantly, the Dumbo squid's body appears almost delicate, translucent enough that researchers can observe its internal organs through high-definition cameras. Its most distinctive features, those fins that earned it the Disney-inspired nickname, serve a function that marine biologists are still debating. Traditional wisdom suggests they're purely locomotive, yet video evidence reveals patterns of movement that seem to serve no survival purpose. Dr. James Chen, a marine neurobiologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has analyzed hundreds of hours of Dumbo squid footage collected from remotely operated vehicles. His observations reveal something peculiar. These creatures exhibit synchronized fin patterns when encountering certain geological formations on the seafloor. The movements aren't random, they follow specific sequences that repeat with remarkable consistency across different individuals and locations. What's particularly intriguing is how these squids interact with their environment. Unlike other deep-sea cephalopods that primarily hunt or hide, Dumbo squids have been observed spending considerable time near hydrothermal vents and cold seeps, often positioning themselves in specific orientations relative to these geological features. The chemical signatures from these underwater oases create complex current patterns, and the squids seem to use their fins to manipulate these flows in ways that serve no apparent feeding or mating purpose. The timeline of human discovery makes their behavior even more mysterious. The first Grimpateuthis specimen was collected in 1883, yet it wasn't until deep-sea submersibles began regular expeditions in the 1960s that researchers realized how widespread and behaviorally complex these creatures actually are. Each new expedition reveals populations in previously unexplored trenches, suggesting their range extends far beyond what science has documented. Perhaps most puzzling is their neurological sophistication. Cephalopods are known for their intelligence, but deep-sea species typically show reduced brain complexity compared to their shallow water relatives, an evolutionary trade-off for surviving in food-scarce environments. Dumbo squids buck this trend entirely. Tissue analysis reveals neural density comparable to coastal octopuses, raising uncomfortable questions about what kind of intelligence might be necessary in the deep ocean's apparent simplicity. Recent expeditions to the Mariana Trench have captured footage that challenges even these expanded expectations. In 2019, the deep-sea vehicle limiting factor recorded a group of Dumbo squids engaged in what researchers hesitate to officially classify but privately describe as coordinated movement patterns. The squids positioned themselves around a cluster of tube worms, their fins moving in sequence to create a spiral current that drew plankton and marine snow toward the sessile creatures below. This apparent altruism toward other species represents a behavioral complexity rarely observed in deep-sea environments, where most interactions center on predation or competition for scarce resources. The energy expenditure required for such behavior should be evolutionarily disadvantageous, yet these squids persist in activities that seem designed to benefit their ecosystem rather than themselves. The temporal aspect of their movements adds another layer of mystery. Doctor of 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 Doctor. Vasquez noted that individual Dumbo squids often return to the same locations repeatedly, sometimes separated by weeks or months. Their fine patterns at these sites show remarkable consistency, as if they're continuing a conversation interrupted by absence. The implications suggest either extraordinary memory capability or some form of environmental marking that current scientific instruments cannot detect. Temperature gradients in the deep ocean create complex three-dimensional highways of moving water, and Dumbo squids navigate these thermoclines with precision that suggests they're reading information from sources we don't yet understand. Their fin movements create microcurrents that interact with larger flow patterns in ways that appear deliberately calculated rather than instinctively driven. What emerges from decades of observation is a picture of creatures engaged in activities that transcend simple survival behavior. Their movements through the abyssal darkness carry intention that implies awareness of consequences extending beyond immediate needs. Whether this represents sophisticated environmental engineering, complex social communication, or something else entirely remains an open question that grows more compelling with each new observation. The Dumbo squid story reflects our broader relationship with the deep ocean, a realm so vast and alien that our most advanced technology can only offer glimpses of its true complexity. These gentle cephalopods move through their liquid darkness, writing stories we're only beginning to recognize as text, much less attempting to read. In their graceful fins and purposeful glides, we find mirrors of our own need to leave marks that outlast our brief presence in an indifferent universe. In the crushing depths where they make their home, Dumbo squids continue their ancient practice of aquatic inscription, each movement adding to a narrative that predates human consciousness by millions of years. Their elegant forms drift through the darkness, forever writing, forever beyond our complete understanding. Veils of serenity, the comb jelly. In the midnight depths, where sunlight becomes memory, marine biologists encountered something that challenged their understanding of what constitutes a brain. The creature before them possessed no central nervous system, yet moved with deliberate grace through three-dimensional space, navigating currents and obstacles with an intelligence that shouldn't exist. The comb jelly drifts through darkness like liquid starlight, its translucent body pulsing with bioluminescent waves that cascade along 8 distinct rows of beating cilia. These aren't the random flickers of simple organisms responding to stimuli. Each flash follows patterns that suggest communication, coordination, decision-making, all without a single neuron. Dr. Leonid Moro's research team at the University of Florida made a discovery in 2014 that sent ripples through evolutionary biology. The comb jelly's genetic analysis revealed something unprecedented. This creature had independently evolved its own form of neural processing, completely separate from every other animal on Earth. While we share neural ancestry with jellyfish, octopi, even the simplest worms, the comb jelly stands alone, a case of convergent evolution so extreme, it suggests intelligence itself might be an inevitable force in nature. Their bodies move through water with an alien precision. 8 rows of iridescent combs beat in synchronized waves, each comb composed of thousands of cilia that bend light into rainbow cascades. The effect creates an otherworldly aurora that shifts and breathes with the creature's movements. Yet beneath this beauty lies a predator of remarkable efficiency. Watch a comb jelly hunt, and you witness something that defies our assumptions about simple life. It doesn't simply drift into prey like a passive filter feeder. Instead, it positions itself with calculated intent, using hydrodynamic forces to create feeding currents that draw victims directly into its path. Some species can actually reverse the beating direction of their cilia instantly, backing away from threats or repositioning for optimal feeding angles. The Menemyopsius ladii, commonly known as the sea walnut, demonstrates this uncanny intelligence on a massive scale. In the 1980s, these thumb-sized predators were accidentally introduced to the Black Sea through ballast water. Without their natural predators, they began reproducing at exponential rates. But here's where their behavior becomes truly puzzling. They didn't spread randomly. Instead, they formed coordinated swarms that moved with apparent purpose, following specific temperature gradients and salinity patterns that maximized their feeding opportunities while avoiding hostile conditions. The ecological impact was devastating, yet precisely orchestrated. Local fish populations collapsed not through random predation, but through what appeared to be systematic targeting of spawning grounds and nursery areas. The comb jellies seemed to understand the life cycles of their prey better than many trained marine biologists. Their reproduction challenges everything we think we know about gender and identity. Most comb jellies are simultaneous hermaphrodites, capable of producing both eggs and sperm, often releasing them in synchronized displays that turn the water into clouds of potential life. But some species take this further, demonstrating sequential hermaphroditism, changing sex based on environmental conditions or population needs. The Bolenopsis infundibulum goes even further into biological impossibility. When food becomes scarce, these creatures can actually reverse their own development, returning to juvenile forms and reducing their metabolic needs until conditions improve. It's essentially voluntary de-aging, a biological fountain of youth that medical researchers are desperately trying to understand. Their bioluminescence operates on principles that continue to baffle photobiologists. Unlike the luciferin-based systems found in fireflies or deep-sea fish, comb jelly light production seems to involve quantum mechanical processes that we're only beginning to comprehend. The light doesn't just serve as communication or predator deterrence. It appears to create electromagnetic fields that affect the behavior of nearby organisms. Dr. Marina Ricci's team at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution documented something extraordinary in 2019. They observed multiple comb jelly species coordinating their bioluminescent displays across vast distances, creating synchronized light shows that spanned several kilometers of ocean. The patterns weren't random. They followed mathematical sequences that suggested information transfer between organisms that had no apparent means of long-distance communication. The implications become even stranger when you consider their sensory capabilities. Comb jellies possess statocysts, balance organs that detect gravity and motion with precision that rivals sophisticated gyroscopes. But recent research suggests these organs might function as something far more complex, possibly detecting minute changes in electromagnetic fields or even quantum fluctuations in the water around them. Their relationship with time itself seems fundamentally different from other organisms. While most marine creatures follow circadian rhythms tied to solar cycles, comb jellies appear to operate on lunar cycles, tidal cycles, and other temporal patterns that suggest they're responding to gravitational forces and electromagnetic variations that we can barely measure with our most sophisticated instruments. Some species demonstrate what researchers call temporal memory, the ability to remember and respond to environmental conditions that occurred weeks or even months earlier. They'll begin reproductive behaviors in anticipation of seasonal changes, or alter their migration patterns based on predator encounters from previous years. This long-term memory exists without a brain, without neurons, without any of the biological structures we associate with complex cognitive function. The comb jelly's existence poses fundamental questions about consciousness, intelligence, and the nature of life itself. If creatures without brains can demonstrate learning, memory, coordination, and complex problem-solving, what does that mean for our understanding of awareness? Are we looking at a form of distributed intelligence, consciousness, spread throughout the entire body, rather than centralized in a neural network? As oceanographic technology advances, each expedition into the deep brings us face to face with comb jelly species that push the boundaries of biological possibility even further. Their ethereal forms continue to drift through the midnight waters, carrying secrets about the nature of life, intelligence, and consciousness, secrets that might fundamentally change how we see ourselves and our place in the living world. In the deepest trenches, where pressure crushes metal and eternal darkness reigns, the comb jellies continue their luminous dance.